Good evening once again and welcome to our live show here in London at the FCPro Open, where we will be bringing you this draft pre-show for the next 15 minutes to take a deeper look and deeper dive into some of the players that will be in action in tonight's FCPro tournament. As always, I've got the pleasure of being joined by the legend that is Jaime Alvarez. Grav, welcome back to London again, and more importantly, welcome back to the draft show.
I mean, it's something about the draft show I just want to talk about today, because we're going to be seeing some big names. And there's Manu, I mean, world champs, and there's one of the biggest names in the competition. I'm hyped.
Well, you should be hyped tonight, because we're kicking off with something special for you. Every single week we bring you squad building requirements. Well, guess what? Mbappe's not involved tonight because it's icons only. 9 million coins with icon only restrictions. Grav? I mean, it sounds good, but 9 million coins for icons, you can get a good selection, but R9, you can't have him.
There's not that much icons you can use, especially with 9 mil, but I think there's a bigger question. You can choose Eusebio, Pelé, but then the rest of the team is not going to be that huge. Is it going to be balanced, or is it going to be just focusing one player?
Or could some of these new icons be involved tonight? As you know, EAFC brought new icons to the table. These are 3 players that I think we should have a little look at. You know, R9 might not be possible, but Mia Hamm might be. 5 million coins, though.
I mean, I could probably use her, but that's a little bit too much. 5 mil out of 9 mil, I think it's just too much. But then Ribery, we might see him today, and Fico, I don't know, a bit too much as well.
Ribery certainly will be in a couple of these teams. He played in the FCPro Open Global Qualifier. He was incredible there. Some players as well that could feature as well that are already out in the game that have had some promo items. Those include Thunderstruck Thierry Henry, Thunderstruck Casillas, which we know you guys at home are big fans of, and a new icon this year. 2 million coins, but he plays a massive part in these teams.
I mean, Bobby Chato, I think we're going to see him 3 or 4 times today easily, because of his shooting, because of his pace, because of everything. But Thierry Henry, I mean, if I was one of these guys, I would be just using Thierry Henry because of his shooting, because of his pace, because of his play styles.
And we want to get you involved in the chat at home. We're going to have a quick chat about it now. R9, Ronaldo Nazario against Mia Hamm. The conversation. One's worth 5 million coins, one worth 10 million. Is Mia Hamm potentially better than R9? Is R9 worth the extra 5 million? I mean, Ronaldo Nazario has been the best icon in the game for the last, what, 6, 7, 8 years?
You could even say 10 years probably, but I think Mia Hamm is... I think she's better right now because of the play style. I mean, the power shot is just crazy right now. But then as well, I think the passing makes a huge difference, and I don't really like the passing of R9. So my choice, Mia Hamm. Yours?
I did pack Mia Hamm, so I'm on the Mia Hamm train. Let us know in the comments as well. R9, Mia Hamm. You guys have been getting involved as always. We want to hear from you. Draft.fcpro.com. Submit your drafts tonight with these new squad building requirements, because you have been doing it across the weekends. Let's have a look, Gravison, because this is the most selected icons that you guys at home have got involved. Where do we start? Where do we talk about? I mean, Henry, surely.
I mean, Henry probably because of how good he is, because of his playstyles, because of everything about him, really. I think the playstyles, exactly the Trivela and the finesse, even though he's been nerfed, I think it's going to be huge right now. And then the ball control. Could you imagine running in the wing with Thierry Henry? That's got to be something.
He's been unbelievable. I've seen him in the recent E-Premier League qualifiers as well. He's been tearing everybody up. Someone that I want to speak about, because he always pops up in my base icon SBC packs, which is not always great. Steven Gerrard. He does a job. If you're a big Liverpool fan and you like scoring absolute belters from 30, 40 yards out, he is the man. Let's not really talk about play styles with him, Gravison, but let's talk about his attributes.
Attributes are fine because of the pace, because of the pass, because of the dribbling. I mean, we could potentially talk about specific. The short pass is good, the long pass is even better, the ball control as well. But I think if you're packing a midfield icon and it's English, you're down bad.
You're in trouble. And last but not least, someone that I actually packed his base icon of about 24 hours ago, it's Nesta. I mean, look, I was a big fan of him in that AC Milan days when he was in that squad, but this Thunderstruck promo makes him a lot more usable and a lot more desirable.
I mean, it's just meta. I mean, the pace is good, the defending is good, the physics is good, but then playstyles, again, it's just out of this world, because if we talk about the specific playstyles, you can see the jockey, you can see the aerial, and I think it's just the difference between a really good card, which is converting it into a meta card.
Yeah, he's been very, very good and very well chosen by you guys at home. Let us know in the comments who you got in that base icon SBC, the recent one that came out across the weekend. There were 3 underrated picks from you guys that may not have been in the starting 11, but still do deserve a mention tonight. Stoichkov might be a really underrated striker. Gerd Müller, the German, and Mikel Essien. Who's your pick of the bunch of these underrated players?
Out of this, I go with Hristo, because it's just like, again, the playstyle and the pace. And I think you can use him on the wing, but as a striker as well. I would go for Hristo, but I know you like another one.
Yeah, Mikel Essien, he will be involved. He might be only 86 rated, okay? I'm thinking back in October here, Gravis, in early October. If he's in your icon packs, he will do a job for you in the weekend league. Those are your underrated picks. We can get the timer up on screen as well. That is how long it will be until the matches kick off tonight. But let's welcome someone else to the FCPro family this evening. Over 300,000 followers across social media. One of the faces of Guild Esports in terms of content creation and so much more. And someone that's just so much better at football than me. It honestly bothers me. TN25 is here in London. He's part of the FCPro family.
What's going on,
Good evening,
man?
my friends.
What's going on?
How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Glad to be here, excited and ready to pick up a few tips if I can, to be honest.
Well, you know the squad building requirements, TN.
I do indeed.
We got you to build the 9 million icon team. Was it difficult or not? Because you have got your Sabio in the team. Obviously, there's no other big heavy hitters in there, though.
Do you know what? When you think about 9 million at first, you're like, I want Pele, I want Mia Hamm, and then you're like, you start to think about all of these things and you're like, okay, cool, do I build around one player or do I want to, you know, make a well-rounded team? And I decided after a while, I think a well-rounded team works for me. That's why I've gone with Eusebio and obviously a solid backline as well.
Grav, honest opinions on a TN squad?
I think it's balanced, really balanced. I really like the midfield and I really like the attack as well. But I don't know about the left back, Ashley Cole. I don't know. It might be because I'm biased, because I'm Spanish, and I think Roberto Carlos would have been much better, but I don't know about Ashley Cole, man.
You know what, my thinking behind it was, I wanted to put Zambrotta left back and then obviously Cafu right back, but 1 million coins on a right back, I'm not too sure if I can warrant that, you know, so I think that was the best plan.
Quickly, your thoughts on the idea of the squad building requirements for icons only? A fan or not?
I like it. I like it. It's a different dynamic and it brings different players into the game. Maybe someone like Socrates is someone that you probably wouldn't see, maybe the likes of Figo. So it's a different dynamic and I'm a fan of it.
I think the one thing that we're so used to seeing is Mbappe every week. He's not involved this week, and you've got to find who's plan B, who's plan C. Well, that's your team. Very quickly, off the bench, who's coming on?
Nobody. It's
No
just
one.
pure vibes. Maybe Hernandez, but
It's pure fodder, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's pure icon fodder for the next icon SBC.
I trust the starting 11 to do the job.
Let's move on, because we're here to speak about the FCPro players that are in action tonight. Group C is here. I'm excited. You should be at home as well, because Anders Vejrgang is in town. But more importantly, so is the world champion, Grav.
I mean, we should talk about Anders, but we should talk about Manu as well. Manu is been one of the most consistent players at the moment, playing from Team Gullit, which is a solid team with Renzo, with his teammates and everything. And I think Manu has what it takes, not even to do a good job here, to top the group, in my opinion.
Manu, over Anders.
I think so, yeah.
Thoughts of this group? There's some big names in there.
There's some big names in there, obviously Anders and Manu again. I'm going Anders to top the group, but that's just, you know, I'm being shameless. I've got stocks invested. So.
If you have got stocks invested, maybe think about it again, because this is Anders Vejrgang's team. Look who's up front. Can we look who's up front? 65,000 coins. Hernandez. Luis Hernandez is the number 9 in this team. I mean, there must be a plan B here, guys, because that can't be right.
I don't know. The Mexican people are going to be happy seeing Hernandez in a pro tournament, because that's just never been seen. But it has to be something. Do you think he's going to be using him on the wing? Or
Yeah,
what?
I mean, that's the only thing I can see happen. I'm not sure if he'll play up front, so the wing's probably the best bet looking at that team.
We've got some play styles for Luis Hernandez. Again, I'm trying to sell him here. He's 65,000 coins. If I got him, I mean, I wouldn't be overly impressed, but Anders has seen something in him. He does have a few play styles, Grav.
Yeah, maybe, I mean, we could potentially see some crossing on Anders because of his playstyles. But apart from that, I don't know. The chip, not that good. The Trivela maybe, but I don't think Anders actually Trivelas that much, so I don't know.
Hold that thought. I've just heard that Anders Vejrgang might actually have a little message for us about this Luis Hernandez pick. Anders, what's going on here, mate?
On your spot.
We're gonna see what I'm doing with Luis Hernandez. Yeah, probably I will play with him and probably not. It can be a stupid idea or it can be a quite good idea. Hopefully I will end the day with 12 points.
So what he's basically saying in there is that it could be a bluff.
Yeah.
It could be a massive bluff that he's just in there, and then as soon as the game starts, he's changing things up.
But then, I don't know. Maybe it could be a double bluff though. Maybe he does end up playing him. Like we don't know what could happen here at the end of the day.
I don't know. I never know about Anders. There's just so many mental things when he's bringing to the table with his opponents, with fear coming in, and I think it might be a double buff, yeah.
I mean, if that's the case, someone off that bench will be coming on. Let's have a look at someone else's team that's in this group. It's Seanldw, a German player who represents Bayer Leverkusen. This is his team. There's one player on this team that's struggling on chemistry, Gravison. Who is it?
I mean, it's gotta be Bobby Charlton, right? But I even think, even though he's out of chem, I still think he's probably the best card in front, maybe behind Cantona. But 1 million, as Tian said before, on Cafu. That's huge.
It's a big investment, and I think if you're going to be playing a lot through your right back, then that's kind of, it would make sense, and that's the way you want to look at it. But yeah, it's a lot of money on the right back. But then again, we've got Zambrotta on the other side. Very solid fullbacks, and Zambrotta does have 5-star weak foot. So if you're trying to switch the play, it's very, very easy.
Do you guys think we're not going to see Zambrotta in any match? I think we're going to see in every single team Zambrotta.
Yeah, I think you have to. Right back or left back, he's just so versatile, and he's a consistent performer. You get a 7 out of 10 from him regardless of what happens.
He's the most popular, I believe, throughout the draft. And well, speaking of Bobby Moore, brand new icon this year on EAFC. We caught up with Sean to find out why he was in the team.
I chose Bobby Charlton because he has pace, shooting, passing and dribbling above 90. He also has 5-star weak foot and playstyle plus power shot, so these shots are just unstoppable, and he feels very quick, his dribbling is very good, also his passing, and his shot's one of the best in the game, so I think it's just all around very good.
He's a big fan of the English icons. He was saying earlier as well backstage that he loves David Beckham and he's the best player on the game. Apparently at free kicks he's a joke, so good to see that coming over to the virtual pitch as well. That's Group C teed up for you guys tonight. You're saying Manu tops the group. A bit of Anders Vejrgang?
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with Anders. Just for my stocks.
What about you?
I'm the commentator, so I will just be sitting on the fence. I can tell you right now, though, ManuBachoore against Anders Vejrgang will be our first game of the day. I can't wait for it. That's been our draft show with TN25, who's now here, part of today's show. Jaime Alvarez, myself, Brandon Smith. Don't go anywhere. The games come thick and fast here from week 3 here at the FCPro Open. Bring it on.
Tien, you've been watching the show for the past few weeks, right? Like, what do you think so far?
Do you know what? I'm finding it really, really good. Loads of goals being scored, but it should be called the FCPro Mbappe because that's all I'm seeing. I think I want to see something a little bit different. What do you want to see, Rich?
A lot of Mbappe, a lot of Hansen, a lot of Son. We just need something a little bit different, a little bit spicy, a bit outfield, Frankie.
Well, I could bring you something in the midfield if you wouldn't be so stubborn.
Paul Scholes, you in this relationship with Paul Scholes, it's not going to work out, he's not going to be used. There's no way icons get in unless you're going to do a full icon team.
Welcome to Icons Week.
Life's gonna be only one to make it. Don't lose sight. Your wrongs only gonna make you do right. Keep on going, you fight. No, you never stop. No, you never stop. Why you waiting? Every day you know you're tired of the same thing. Time now, wait, so what time you wasting? Life's gonna be only one to make it.
Welcome to Icons Week in the FCPro Open, and all teams filled with the greatest names in football history. It's week 3 in our regular season, and the world champion ManuBachoore is in the house tonight.
Off the ball! Mbappe's onside! Bellissimo! Bellissimo!
That's brilliant.
AntoniniGabriel! The new star! And there's Vejrgang!
Slap it and crack it, come on.
Seanldw into the FCPro Open. AbuMakkah! Perfectly done! FCPro!
Oh my goodness.
The king is nearly ready to sit on his throne, which tonight happens to be a fabulous Herman Miller gaming chair. I am Frankie Ward. I'm joined by TN. We have Mr. Richard Buckley, and then we have Gravison. And Gravison, I noticed in the draft show, you held a book.
Yeah.
And you didn't open it once. You literally held it on your arm the entire time. Is there anything actually written in there?
Yeah, there's some things actually. So, I mean,
Dear
there's some
diary,
notes.
today I unpacked Mbappe. Yeah. Unfortunately for you and your diary mate, we're not going to see Mbappe tonight. Are you sad?
No, I mean, I'm kind of sad because I'm a pro player myself, so I like to see
You
Mbappe in
were
every
a
single
pro
team.
player
Yeah. I mean, you call yourself a cooker as well?
I don't call myself a pro chef, but you ate the cookie all the same this afternoon, mate. No, you are still a pro player. You're an icon. You're just not, you know, you're like one of the icons who's no longer playing on the pitch.
I mean, yeah, but we're not gonna see an icon. Yeah, we're gonna see an icon.
We're going to see
definitely.
so many icons. We're going to see icons in the player sense because we do have a world champion playing tonight. We've got Anders Vejrgang, who's definitely challenging him for that title this season. And then we've got some new faces as well. Or newish, I should say, because obviously we saw them playing at the Open Qualifiers. Group C is looking spicy, but would you call it a group of death, Richard Buckley?
No, for the simple fact that I think we've got 2 front runners in this group. I think ManuBachoore, I think Vejrgang, you expect them to propel themselves up this table. However, the unknown quantities, Sean and Antonini could be fireworks. And AbuMakkah, to me, is that steady player. He's going to get 7 points. He might even push on to 9 tonight. He's going to be touching the top 2. Whether or not those 2 falter will be the question.
Tien, you've been looking at the drafts and obviously you know these players' pedigree. Is there anyone that you're looking out for tonight?
Oh, I want to see Manu, to be fair. I just think he's got such confidence about him, such class, obviously him being the world champion as well. I think on paper, he should be the front runner to go on and do amazing things today. But again, just seeing Anders and him being so relentless. And one thing I've seen from previous weeks is that loads of goals are being scored as well. So I find that, you know, high scoring games, and Anders is an opponent that will really almost outscore you, who just really like work you down. And that's something that I'm looking forward to.
I'm really looking forward to seeing these pros play on the new patch as well, because it looks like there's going to be even more opportunities for creative goal scoring. That's something Anders is known for.
Yeah, I mean, especially now we have the finesse nerfed in a way, but I don't think Anders is a player that's gonna finesse that much. I think he's just mechanical, and every single time he's gonna step over into the box and then ball run into a trivela, and that still works. So I think we're gonna see Anders thriving.
That more space in the midfield congestion, which was addressed in the patch in the winter update, I think we will see it the middle of the pitch in the last couple of weeks got quite congested. There was a lot of byline sort of work. There was a lot of cutbacks. I think we're going to see more goals from the middle, personally.
But what about Antonini? Because he has actually already played against Sean, however, I guess dark horse in this group, and he did win 4-3 when we last saw them play on this very stage. Do you think that's going to set him in good stead for the rematch, Tien?
I don't know. I don't really think that it's something that they think about too tough. I think it's one of those things where you kind of just go in and play the game as you're playing it. You don't really think about, well, me personally, I don't really think about past games sort of thing. You just want to kind of tackle what you're facing head on. And obviously if that works, fantastic. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But you kind of just take it on a game by game basis and don't really think about what's happened prior.
Despite being one of the top players in our group, Mr. ManuBachoore is going to have an interesting challenge on his hand. We saw Mark 11 being invited to Group A and definitely struggling to keep up with the pace of the competition. PH Zin looked like he was soaring through the competition of Group B. But now how is Manu feeling about Group C with Casey?
All right, we are backstage in the Players Lounge with ManuBachoore, who we just found out that is how you say his name. So no more ManuBachoore, ManuBachoore. We all know it now. But first of all, massive congratulations on your World Championship. It was so fun to watch you this summer. But recently, I did see a tweet that you might not be happy with your level of play. Do you want to talk about that a bit?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for congratulations. Yeah, so up until now, I didn't really have any international experience yet this season because I've, of course, already been invited into the group stage, which I wouldn't take back, of course. But yeah, in the Eredivisie so far, I'm not playing at my highest levels. And last year was, for me, in the Eredivisie, like crazy season. So I was a bit disappointed with that, but that doesn't mean that I'm not confident for today because I know it's a whole different story. We play Eredivisie normally one game. Now in FCPro Open 4 games, 9-minute half. So a lot of things change, and I will be confident for the first game.
And then also you have Lozano as your live card. So what do you have to say to everyone that has Lozano currently in their club?
Well, yeah, I'm one of them too. So I'm playing for myself also a bit here. I think 10 points is the maximum we can get today for the upgrades. Of course, 12 will always be nice, but hopefully we can get 10. But yeah, we'll see. Take it game by game, and hopefully it won't disappoint you.
And looking ahead, you do have Vejrgang in your first match, who you've gone against a couple times. So how are you feeling about that matchup?
Yeah, so last year in World Cup, also in the same group, and I won one, he won one. Yeah, it's one of them. Like, of course, he's a really good player, one of the best in the world, and it will be difficult. You can't make silly mistakes, and yeah, we'll just try my best. And but we got 3 more games after that as well, so they are also very important. So we'll see.
All right, well, I wish you the best of luck. Tough first match, but you should do great.
Thank you.
And Anders is currently warming up on stage, ready to face ManuBachoore in our first featured matchup. And we're also going to have the new kids on the block facing off in round 1, Seanldw and AntoniniGabriel. So we'll be bringing you highlights from that match as it happens as well. But right now, let's head to the draft board to see what Anders and Manu are going to be bringing to the pitch.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Me and Tien going to break down what we're about to see on the field used ahead of our opening game. It's a massive game, so without any further ado, let's have a look at this opening draft. We've already seen the teams in the draft show. I want to come into a couple of players, Tien. One, Socrates.
Yep.
He was used by Tex at the global qualifier. He's the only player here tonight that is using Socrates, is ManuBachoore. His price flew up during the global qualifier. Will we see that level of impact from that man tonight?
I think we will. You know, he's got the 5-star weak foot, a very tall player as well, so he's got a big, solid presence. And I just think, depending on how he's going to be used, I think he's almost a dark horse in that way. And I'd be interested to see how he turns out.
Good price as well.
Yeah, very good price.
One player that is, you talked on the draft show a lot about positives. I think there's a player in danger tonight of being exploited. That is Zanetti at right back. For me personally, I think he's much better in this midfield area. Is he in danger of getting done?
Yeah, I think I'm with you. CDM, perfectly fine. You know, he can not get away with it, but he's a bit more solid in CDM. Right back, obviously 84 pace isn't bad, but when you're coming up against the likes of
it's dangerous.
You're in trouble. You're in big trouble.
Well, let's have a look at the other side of the screen. Anders Vejrgang team. I mean, there's a couple of players. There's 3 unique players in this draft. Jarzinho off on the right, John Barnes on the left, and Hernandez up top. Those 3 players only chose by Anders. What do you make of them 3?
Very unique. Obviously, Jairzinho, we know what he can provide. Obviously, him having the right-sided link with Cafu again, who is a million coin. So I think if he is to play, just by my assumption of what I'm seeing, the right-hand side is going to be used quite a bit. Never seen John Barnes in a competitive setting, so I actually don't know what he's capable of, to be fair. And then obviously Hernandez.
Let's wait and see.
Yeah.
How this lines up. If it is a 4-4-2, maybe there's something different in Anders' back pocket. We'll wait and see. Not only are the items that you're seeing here on the screen, but there's something for you at home with the FCPro Live item campaign. We're in week 3. We've seen some movers, we've seen some droppers. Don't take me back to Camara last week because I was in bits. I was in tears after Banano walked away with 0 points. Let's look at Manu's Pro Live item first. It was the SBC Lozano. Did you do him?
I didn't.
Missed
I didn't,
out.
unfortunately. But
What do you reckon to him?
Very good card. Always been a very good card. You know, 95 pace, 82 shooting, a very much an impact player. And if Manu can get those 10 points today, or even more,
But let's
the money.
Let's have a look on the other side of it because we've got Simakan, who everyone is invested in, including this man. He's up at 38k right now. There's room for that to further increase because if Anders wins one game, he goes to an 84 to an 86. A lot of pressure.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. Obviously, French centre-back as well. And in the last 5 days, I think he shot up about 50%.
Yes.
Which just goes to show, you know, how crazy it is. But yeah, I've got my stocks invested in Simakan and, you know, hopefully he can do a job today.
We'll keep you updated with all the prices as they rise and flow throughout the next few hours. The FCPro Live items, well and truly the talk of the town. Let's head on over to our featured game. It's going to be an absolute cracker, and Brandon and Gravison are going to take you through it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, here we go. Week 3 is upon us. But more importantly, Gravison, what we've got upon us is a world champion and a phenom in Anders Vejrgang, someone that is so frightful to play against because you just never know what you're going to come up against.
I mean, it's just... I think it's one of the best matches you could see right now in competitive FC. I think we expect to see fireworks right now, and I think we expected to see in the last few weeks. So let me remind you, we saw PH against Matias in the first match of the week 2, and then we saw as well Emre Umut. And I think we expected big things out of all those matches, and they delivered. So I'm just expecting the same out of this one.
Well then, we're officially underway for week 3. Here live in London, bringing you weekly action from the FCPro Open. Keep in mind it's group stage. Every group will play out across 2 different weeks. You've seen obviously Group A, Group B already concludes. They'll be back in January to play some more EAFC. But this one's a special one. Current world champion against the phenom, Anders Vejrgang, who always brings an audience no matter what tournament he's playing in. ManuBachoore kicking from left to right. Keep in mind we are playing 9-minute halves, no 2 legs this year in the competitive FCPro scene. Anders Vejrgang in that traditional RB Leipzig strip. He's been very confident backstage, Anders Vejrgang. Caught with him earlier today. Said, look, 12 points is what I'm here to do. And if you haven't got Simakan, don't speak to me because you should be investing in that defender from RB Leipzig, as Richard Buckley already said. We'll be getting an extra juicy upgrade if Vejrgang can win. Just 1 game tonight.
And I'm not seeing Hernandez anywhere on the pitch. And I don't think we saw Essien on the starting 11, and now we're seeing Essien on the starting 11. So I think that was a change on Anders' side.
This is Anders Vejrgang looking to kick things off early doors. Just to recall that again, so a change has happened. Hernandez is completely out of the fold. I mean, I did sort of question him earlier, Gravison, when I spoke to him. I said, surely Bobby Charlton just plays as your out-and-out striker. That looks to potentially have been the case here alongside Jairzinho.
Yeah.
In a flat 4-4-2. One of the most expensive players you will see in these teams is Eusebio. Just comes under a little bit of the 3 million coin threshold, which I know is a third of your budget, but I mean, Mbappe was 3 million coins, wasn't he, the last couple of weeks, Gravison? Players are happy to spend that sort of money on one big player.
Yeah. I mean, that's the hardest thing you can do. in professional football and also in FC as well, scoring goals. So you got to invest.
Jarzinho, a couple of step overs. Trademark Anders Vejrgang looking to find his way forward. Abili there in centre midfield. The French female icon, new addition for this year into EAFC. A handful of those icon players. I'm sure we'll speak about it as the night unfolds, Gravison, but one icon that we want to see in the game?
Guti.
Guti.
Oh.
Where's Iron Robin? That's my question. Get involved in the comments at home on the Twitch chat. We can see you. That's now an icon that you want to see added into EAFC. Here's ManuBachoore looking for an opening goal in this one. Veron finds Franck Ribéry, could find the first goal, but just offsides. I think Franck Ribéry is going to be one of the best buys in these teams that we are going to see. I don't think he's overly expensive, but he's worth every penny.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you know who else is worth every penny? Sawa, just under a mil, and I think we're gonna be seeing some great things.
Well, after this free kick comes in, sorry to interrupt you, Gravison, we have got a couple of goals to update you on in our other game. Let's see what happens from this free kick first and foremost from Anders. Jarzinho will interplay Michalesiu, and as we expected, he came onto this team just to shape up ever so slightly offside. Let's jump across. There's been 2 goals in the other game. It's between AntoniniGabriel against Seanldw. You can see the FCPro Live items on their screen. It was the Bayer Leverkusen player that did go 1-0 down in this game. Antonio Gabriel made it 1-0. This is a goal that you do not want to see again in a hurry. Puskas picking up the pieces. That was 7 minutes into the game, and that's made it 1-1.
That's unfortunate, but I think we're gonna be seeing a lot of power shot goals with Bobby Charlton, as we saw just in that clip, and that's some nice pressing by Anders. Maybe across now.
John Barnes looking for a way pass for Ron, who's actually played pretty well for Ron. I won't lie to you, when I pack an Argentinian icon, I normally don't want it to be for Ron.
No, especially because he's cheap, you know. But I think as an untradeable item, he's not that bad. And I think he could be in a lot of starting 11s at home.
He's certainly affordable, isn't he? I think that's the great thing about some of these icon squads. People naturally think that every icon is going to cost you millions. There are quite a few icons out there you will see tonight which are affordable for you at home. And maybe you might be able to see who you want to squeeze into your team. Jarzinho expects a lot to come through him. Abili back to goal. There's Bobby Charlton. There's Anders Vejrgang with his first goal in the game. And it's no surprise he's come through. Who is going to be the star of the show in this team, Bobby Charlton?
Yeah, Richard just talked about this as how the patch changed the game a little bit. We didn't see the midfielder just pressing as much as they did before. So it was an easy pass to Bobby Charlton. And then just the finishing was on point. I don't think it even was a green time shot.
There wasn't anything fancy about it, was it? If anything, you could potentially argue the goalkeeper in his involvement in it. We spoke about their matchups coming into this one. Manu said it perfectly well. They haven't played that many times. They were both in the group of death, we called it, in the World Championships in the summer of this year, which was on last year's game. Oh no, Manu could find himself 2-0 down. Anders can't make the most of that. What a chance.
What a chance. And I think if you are accustomed to see Anders play, you knew he was going for that, just the pass, the extra pass every single time. The ball roll, I don't think the ball roll pass was necessary. I think if he just stayed with the ball and just shot it to the back post, I mean, that would have been an easy goal.
Speaking of mistakes, there might be another one here. Free kick goes the way of ManuBachoore.
Direct.
Socrates from the edge of the box. Go on. Does he fancy it? He does!
Campbell, whoa!
Campbell saves it, on the rebound. ManuBachoore is quickest to react. And the current world champion will bring us all square at 1-1.
You could definitely say he was lucky, but the reaction was so quick with the extra pass. I mean, Sol Campbell, wow, that was a big jump, but the reaction as well.
Well, that whole chance, Gravison, comes from one bad pass, doesn't it?
Yep.
Because if Anders doesn't make the bad pass, he doesn't dive into the free kick. Yes, regardless of what's happened there, he doesn't find himself in that situation.
And I don't know if it's because of the requirements and they are not accustomed to be playing with so many icons, but we're seeing a lot of mistakes on both sides of the pitch at the moment, especially with the build-up.
Do you think it's that, I guess you could say, for these players that have crazy teams at home and have crazy teams, I know there's going to be no restrictions coming soon in sort of the cash cups that happen outside of the FCPro Open. Do you think it's that ability that some players are just used to of players that they use?
I mean, you're used to be using Mbappe every single time, and you know the way Mbappe moves, the way he just triggers runs every single time. So I think it's different. I think it's different if you've not used to be playing with Ribéry, for example. I don't think you know how to use him the correct way.
I think just also on that, just simple stuff like passing stats, Grav. Short passing, long passing. Not really having the understanding of some of these icons in-game stats, which, don't get me wrong, you're not going to moan about Bobby Charlton's or Eusebios or Jarzinho's, but someone like Michelesi, and you might question Sol Campbell playing out from the back. I know he's got one of the best slide tackles in the world, but that might not be needed today. And also Cafu, £1 million coins on a right back. Would you be doing that?
Yeah, yes, I would.
You would?
Yeah, just because I think he's the best right back in the game at the moment, and I think if you're playing the 3-2-1 and you trigger a run every single time, you're gonna be making just a lot of danger in every situation.
Well, if we can, in between this game that has been so end-to-end, we'll give you an update really quickly from our other game. Sean against AntoniniGabriel, the 17-year-old of Italy, finds himself 2-1 down. And it's again from a mistake at the back. Eric Cantona just latches on to the chance. Puskas lunges at it. Cantona gets the one more pass. Bang, he leads by 2-1.
And that's again a mistake you shouldn't be making at this level. I just think...
Oh, speak about mistakes. Manu's getting away with one or two of them.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the... Maybe they're not, as I'm saying, they're not used to be playing with icons as much. Maybe they're getting used to be playing with Veron, with these kind of players who may not have the best stats. But we are seeing some mistakes, definitely.
And unfortunately, I don't mean to point the finger, but if you've come from Zanetti, who I have to agree with Richard Buckley, he should be not in a right back. Put him in the midfield. Half-time between these two. 1-1 ManuBachoore and Anders Vejrgang. Remember, it's all single matches here in the FCPro Open. But if that's an indication to go by, two top-flight players, Gravison, there's quite a lot of mistakes in that, where in another day, if they maybe were using Mbappe or different players, they could have punished them.
Yeah, they definitely could have punished, but not even with Mbappe. Maybe with road to the knockouts, Dembele, which might be even worse than, I don't know, that Bobby Charlton. But you've used Dembele like, I don't know, 400 matches at home probably. You've never used Bobby Charlton. You don't know the way he plays.
Well, in case you missed it, Anders Vejrgang did qualify through the FCPro Open Global Qualifier. He went 4-1 in the Swiss rounds. He actually lost his first game, then won his second round 11-0, and then 1-1. Did get to the knockout bracket. It wasn't so easy for him. He did fall into the hands of Matthias Bonanno, who, as we saw, didn't have a great time out last week here in the FCPro Open. Get involved in the chat at home as well. There's lots of Anders fans out there. There's lots of Simican fans out there as well. I think he's currently between 35 to 40,000 coins. A win here would put him up a couple of ratings and certainly would put his price up as well. I wanted to allude to, but I didn't really get the chance to as the game unfolded as it did. These two have played a couple of times, but it was in the World Championships, as we said last year. Not a great deal to look into because they both just beat each other.
Yeah, it was a 3-0 victory by Manu and then a 5-3 victory by Anders. I think they were both tight games. Yeah, I mean, there's not much we can say about
In
it.
case you missed it as well, ManuBachoore won $300,000 in July of this year. $300,000 at his age is ridiculous. Back-to-back eDivise champion. Then he came out on social media and said, look, I'm not having the best of seasons. I looked into that, Gravison. PSV didn't lose a game in the eDivise. They didn't lose a game. So Manu coming out and saying that maybe just shows the standards that he's got, because they lost on goal difference to Ajax in the first part of the winter season. So for him to come out and say that he's not at his best, I was a little bit surprised. They were back on the way for this one. ManuBachoore against Anders Vejrgang is still 1-1. Bobby Charlton was the goal scorer of the only goal in this game. It's brave from Manu at the back.
The second man press by Anders has been really on point.
A couple of updates in the other game. Gravison very quickly. Oh, AntoniniGabriel. Puskas. Trivela. Thank you very much. That one made it, 3 goals to 1 for Sean, I should say. There was a goal back in the game for AntoniniGabriel. My apologies. And speaking of guests, Casey joins us in the commentary booth. Fresh from Chicago, welcome to London and welcome to another week of FCPro Open.
Thank you, thank you. Excited to be here. Quick little 8-hour flight to get over here, but it is well worth it.
Quick.
It's not too bad. It's actually not that bad.
Commitment. It's commitment, Gravison. You've had the chance to see this game from the sidelines. Quite a narrow game so far, but quite a few players making a handful of mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty end-to-end at this point. I've been a little bit more impressed with Anders. I've seen a few more mistakes from Manu, but like in our interview earlier, Manu was saying that he isn't playing that great, but at the end of the day, he's still a top-tier player, and this game could go either way at this point.
I think the one thing he's got as well, Casey, he's a world champion. He's got fear factor. I know it's Anders, but he'll still be thinking, look, this guy's won a world championship.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at this point, you win a world championship. Now you have nothing to lose, right? I mean, you could keep on winning, obviously, but he's already done the best he could possibly do.
Yeah, I remember back in the days, Moalba was having that kind of attitude, like, I've won the world championship. There's just not much else I can do. So the pressure is not on me. The pressure is my opponents to beat me.
But on that as well, Anders Vejrgang, yes, he's not a world champion, but last year he got a top 8 in his first ever world finals. He has still got a fear factor, I feel like, that when you play against him, you're playing not just against the player, but you're playing against the occasion as well. ManuBachoore looking for a cutback. That's Sol Campbell doing what he can do at the defensive side. But you have to agree with that. Anyone that plays Anders, you're not just playing against the player, you're playing against an absolute demon on the sticks.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people fear him. When they're looking to see who they're going to play next, they are crossing their fingers that is not Anders, because you never know what to expect from him.
I was one of them last year. I played against Anders a couple of times online, and I kind of played to not concede any goals. And when you're having that attitude, you've just lost the game pretty much.
How did that go, Grav?
Not really good.
We'll save that one for another day. Here's Manu. Woo! Good turn on the ball. Eusebio, a little scoop turn. Sol Campbell is the player in the way again.
For the 4th time now, Sol Campbell. I didn't expect that much out of Sol Campbell. He's been consistent now.
He has been pretty much everywhere. To get your thoughts as well, Casey, Anders is the only player that has got 2 women icons in his team, and he's probably picked 2 of the best midfielders he can use.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, I think a lot of them were looking to get Mia Hamm, but I'm happy that they were able to get the other 2 women, especially Sawa. I wish, after seeing all these squads, I'm trying to get her on my team. 900,000 coins. I mean, it's a lot, but at the end of the day, for an icon, not too much.
Hello, Veron!
Oh!
Veron! Okay, maybe I won't discard you next week. How's he scored that? Anders doesn't even know what's happened, but Manu does. We've got to see that again on the replay. I mean, if there's a way to disguise a shot, let's see it again. Ball roll, Trivela, thank you very much. And he went to the near post.
And that's it again. Again, the patch, the goalkeeper movement, it's been nerfed a little bit, and we saw the Trivela into the other post. And I mean, La Brujita Verón. Talk about precision. Oh, what a goal.
I was about to say, all Veron normally does for me is just go back into another SBC. So for him to do that, incredible.
I think you're going to be using him now, right?
Yeah, maybe we will. It's great as well, Casey, you were saying about your draft. You wanted to get Mia Hamm in there, but then you realised that there's just so many coins.
That's the thing, right? She was the first person that I put on my team, and And I really, really tried. But at the end of the day, 400,000 coins minimum on the bench. So that's eating up a lot of the budget in itself just on the bench. And my bench isn't even that good. So I had to substitute it out. And I ended up putting in Eusebio.
And also, you go back to that, what, 400k on the bench. A decent striker is going to put you about 3 million. By that point, you got you got 5.5. Look at that, I can't even speak. 4.5 million coins, sorry. It is 5.5, back yourself, to try and build the rest of the team. It's so hard to do. Speaking of what's hard to do, is trying to get past Anders Vejrgang's defensive back line.
That was again.
Baron was about to get himself a brace there. Chance to break away. It's a big tackle from Zanetti, who's proven his worth again at the back line. Final 20 minutes played here. Scores on the door. Sean leading 3-2 against AntoniniGabriel. That one's happening just to the side of us here. Our featured matchup, though, Manu against Vejrgang. 2-1, the world champion. Still currently leads. Abeli, one more pass. Can't quite find a way around Sol Campbell.
I would love to use Sawa as well. I think she's really good.
There's a step over exit, finds Zambrotta. We have to speak about Casey. He's the most picked item in these teams, Zambrotta. I think it's just the fact, I guess, that he can play left back and right back. Yeah, I mean, he's very, very versatile, and he's not as expensive as some of the other fullbacks, and so he was in my team. Honestly, so I posted my team on Twitter, and I got a lot of hate for it, but a lot of the cards that were on my team, they're also choosing. So I'd like to say everyone on social media that were giving me a little bit. All I'll say to back that up to Casey, build a team and we'll see what it looks like, because it is very difficult to build. 9 million coins. We've got a goal to show you in the other game. We gave you the latest scoreline on it. Sean against AntoniniGabriel. It looks like we found an equaliser, Gravison. 3-3.
I remember backstage we talked about maybe Luis Figo not being that good. I think it's 3 assists now by him. So frankly, already we're expecting him to be extra good. But Luis Figo as a cam is being decent as well.
Well, I know TM put him in his draft, but I was thinking, do you want him as a cam? You know, he's sort of a trademark winger, I thought, but maybe attacking midfield is the job for him.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, these players are the best in the world. If we use those cards, we might not be performing the same way, but they're the best of the best, so they can use any card possible.
Do get involved in the conversation at home. If you could have any icon in your team, within reason, you can't see R9 or Miam, let us know who would be in your squad. The more interesting picks, the better. Final 18 minutes here in our opening game. Remember, it's group stage. No extra time, no penalties, all single-legged matches as well. 9-minute halves is what we're playing this year in this new competitive setting and season. Here's John Barnes. Looking for his fellow English icon in Bobby Charlton. Manu's done a great job in this second half of just keeping Anders quite quiet.
Yeah.
He's managed everything, Casey.
He really has. I think that the first half he was maybe...
Saying that. Honestly. We just can't win in this business, can we? Anders Vejrgang makes it 2-2. And he lets Manu know about that one.
I would love to speak Danish, just to understand pretty much.
Well, let's see again on the replay. Bobby Charlton into Jarzy. And that time it was time green. And that's what made the difference.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's with the left foot. It doesn't matter if he moved the keeper. That was green time, that was going in.
Sit down.
Sit down.
Sit down.
Said it was griddy time. If you hear that coming at you, I think you might have annoyed Anders, which is something you probably don't want to do. 15 minutes left in this game. There could be more.
There could be more. I mean, we have some minutes left, and sit down. Sit down, I like that.
I mean, to be fair, he is already sitting down, Manu. Let's go and have a look at the other game to see what's happening over there. What is the latest over here? Penalty, hello! AntoniniGabriel gives away a penalty in the 72nd minute. It's Puskas that steps up now. Great chance for Sean to make it 4-3, and he does lead. 7 goals in that game, Casey.
I mean, you absolutely love to see it. This is the type of gameplay that we've been looking for, and I do love a good pen too, so no, I've been enjoying it so far.
Yeah, especially down the middle, the pen. That's, well, I mean, just playing champs, the home, you're 3-3, 90 minutes, and it's going to be right, left, I don't know. You go to the left, it goes down the middle. I'm fuming.
I always ask my chat. I let them choose for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they could do the same, the pros.
There you
They
go.
could, but trying to read that chat would be hard. It would just be flying everywhere. Penalties on champs. Where'd you go? You let your chat decide. Where'd you go? I always go down the middle.
Left.
Left.
Yeah, down.
What's your gamer tag?
Máquina culona.
Okay, cool. But if you go up against him, he goes left on penalties. All right, just keep an eye on that. Look out for a dodgy Spanish ultimate team, and you'll be up against him in weekend league. Back underway here. 12 minutes. 2-2 between these two. Is there a match winner, or is it going to be a point shared between the two? Remember, upgrades could happen after this game if either player wins. We could be looking at Lozano getting a +1, or Simakan finding an extra +1 on his rating, make him an 86. Manu looking for an all-important winner. Ribery will be patient, back to John Barnes. Where's Veron? There he is. Oh, it's a very clever pass, just offside. Regardless of it, it was a terrible finish.
I really like the way Anders' second man presses every single time in defense. We don't talk about that much about Anders' defense. We talk about his offense, the way he attacks, but I don't think we talk enough about how good he switches with the right stick and how good he presses, which is amazing.
I just think normally in his DNA, he's just going to outscore you, though. He doesn't look for a clean sheet, does he, Anders? Here's Jarzinho for Anders. It's a big press again. Final 7 minutes. In this one. Final thoughts, Casey, before you leave us?
I mean, I think there's going to be another goal, but I do have to leave you and get ready for an interview, but hopefully these last 7 minutes are great.
Thank you very much, Casey. She'll be catching up with some of the players here at the FCPro Open. Myself, Brandon Smith and Jaime Alvarez guiding you through the last 6 minutes of this one. Manu against Anders. Where's the goal going to come, or is there going to be a winner? Ribery. Trivella. The idea was there, Grav, but the conviction wasn't.
Yeah. That was a good build-up play, but then maybe the Trivella was rushed a little bit. Do you think this is the last?
He could be looking for it, couldn't he? Last kick of the game, last attack of the game. Anders will just watch that clock tick down. There'll be lots of people watching on saying, please upgrade my FCPro Live item. Let us know in the chat which FCPro Live item you are backing at home. Remember, there's 5 of them in action tonight.
I don't think he has enough time to just keep the ball.
Well, what added time are we going to get?
2 minutes?
Maybe 2 if we're feeling lucky. There it is, 2 minutes.
Team press, maybe?
Time to go. Are you looking for a winner, or are you taking the point here, Anders? Surely he's not going for the point. Oh my days, what are we doing here? It's a bit risky at the back. I think he's happy to take a point.
I think he is.
I wouldn't believe that if I saw it, but Anders Vejrgang will take a point against ManuBachoore and say, look, maybe you are my biggest worry in the group. I'll take a point of that, and let's both stay unbeaten.
I mean, we saw Emre and Numut with the 10 points in the first week. Maybe Anders thought he was happy with 10 points as well if he just wins the rest of his games. So
I just didn't expect that. I think we've always seen Anders Vejrgang as an attack sort of player. That's not been the case there. If we can jump ships when we get a second, there's another game that is still live. AntoniniGabriel against Sean. There's been 7 goals in this one. And there is 9 minutes of normal time left to be played. Keep in mind that AbuMakkah, for those wondering where he is tonight, he's sitting out this first round. He'll be in action for round 2, 3, 4 and 5.
Oh, what a mistake.
Hello. Through ball could be there. Front Ribery plays the advantage. Ribery steal. AntoniniGabriel. Zabrota. Desailly. Schmeichel. All there fighting for the badge. Throwing their body on the line. That's what you want from your defenders.
Yeah, I mean, that's... you talk about players fighting for the badge. that's gonna be Sol Campbell. Wow. Was it the Siley? 1, 2, 3.
Look at that, everyone in the way. Ribery had a go first. Great feed, by the way, to get round Sol Campbell. Zambrotta there. Speak about how to defend. Look no further. He can't quite believe how he's not scored. And we can't either from the commentary box.
Mamma mia. I love Italian players, man. Hessers, Caccia, Obrun. They're awesome.
So loud, wasn't he?
Yeah, they're awesome.
AntoniniGabriel. He has been the surprise package in the 20 that's qualified. When you look at the run that he had to get here. 4-1 in the Swiss rounds. Went through to those knockout stages where he beat Young and then Levy David in a 4-3 matchup. He had penalty shootouts. He had so much to do along his way. And the most interesting stat about AntoniniGabriel is apparently he's only earned $23 in prize money up to this point. So just getting here, he's already earned quite a few more dollars.
He'll get more for sure.
Back into this one, corner. Is there more defensive heroics from Sean's players? Puskas has got loads of room there. Keep in mind there's Dele Alli and Ogbonna, but the two FCPro Live items that could get an upgrade with a win for either of these two. As it currently stands, it will be Dele Alli that will be getting the upgrade to an 88 if Sean can see this one out, which is what he's looking to do. Cantona taking all the time that he needs, wins a corner. Every second counts. Puskas. Don't expect him to go into the box. He could lose possession though, Zanetti have a chance to break. Oh no. Puskas. Cantona, is there a one more pass? Does he want to look for the extra goal? Yes, he will! And it will be Seanldw. That will get the first 3 points. I don't know who's on the sound mixing tonight, but we're shaking up for goal songs, aren't we?
That was good, yeah.
I thought you were in control of the sounds there, Grav.
It could have been me, definitely. You know I like my music. But yeah, I think Sean had the patience that Antonini hadn't, because Antonini had a really easy extra pass into Cantona to make it 4-4, but he shot and there was just like the Sol Campbell fighting for a badge situation, and now Sean was patient enough to just chill and pass it to Bobic for just an easy tap in.
Added time of 1 minute. It looks like Dele Alli will be going from an 87 to an 88 rated. Maybe the player he didn't expect to get the first upgrade from this group. He will. Cue the music. And there we go, GG's in the chat. Sean, top of Group C. Remember, there's only been 1 game played. AbuMakkah comes into the fold as we move in to round number 2. Big result, this one, though, Grav. It's so important to get your first 3 points. We saw a couple of players really struggle to do that in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, that was a really good long through ball by Desailly. Easy cross as well by Cantona. And Klose to pull the nail in the coffin. 6-3 win. Sean just won the first game. 3 points.
Big points on the board for Bayer Leverkusen's FCPro player, AntoniniGabriel of Echo Esports. We'll have to go back to the drawing board. If you are a holder of a Dele Alli FCPro Live item, you're going to be very happy with that one. He goes from an 87 to an 88. And it's a perfect start for Sean. 3 points on the boards. I believe we might even have the chance to catch up with him now. Let's head down to Casey and hear what he's saying. He must be over the moon.
All right, yes, I'm here with Sean, who just had a massive win over Antonini. How does it feel?
Very good. I was very lucky. He had many chances. I think I not played my best, but I take the win. Of course, I take the win, yes.
And I know that backstage, we talked for a good 5 minutes about how much you wanted Bobby Charlton on your team. Did he do it for you in this match?
He was very good. I think he scored like 2 goals, I think, and he was very good. His passes, his dribbles was very good for me, yes.
And there were 8 total goals. Did you expect it to be that end-to-end?
Yeah, we played, I think 2 weeks ago, as we were in London. We played in Swiss, I think it was 5-5, but he won then. Yes, I thought that would be many goals, yes.
All right, well, that was a massive win, but looking forward, you do have AbuMakkah next round. How are you feeling going into this next match?
Yeah, I have to play better, and he had, I think he had no games. Maybe it's an advantage for me because I already have played one game. Yeah, we have to look.
Well, congratulations on a great round one, and good luck in the next one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, KC. Great to hear from Sean after an emphatic first victory in round one. TN, first show, get on board with the analysis train because this featured game is unbelievable. There was so much to break down.
Yeah.
We've highlighted 2 moments in particular that will also play into fact the recent patch we have had, the winter
100%.
update. First things first, let's have a look at this opening goal from Anders Vejrgang. We'll roll the clip on. In particular, you want to highlight sort of the midfield area where the goal comes from?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can just see he's worked it really well, really patient. And then when you get roughly around here, if you can just stop it here, you can just see the patch kicks in. Obviously, the reduced midfield congestion. This has just got so much space and
Talking
so much
here.
time. Yeah, so much space, so much time. A good 2 or 3 seconds, and you know at this level, that makes a massive difference.
You just see when this ball comes into Abila here. Let's just roll the clip on. It's a lovely, lovely opening pass now. And that first touch, just roll that back ever so slightly and pause it when this ball comes into Bobby Charlton. We'll roll it on. The first touch, you highlighted the, pause it now, you highlighted the movement, the right stick, firstly, from Laurent Blanc, because a little bit slow, but Bobby Charlton, I mean, that strike, 5-star week for. I mean, it's beautiful.
That's what you get, you know, Bobby Charlton, 2 million coins, 91 finishing as well. I think that was a little bit overlooked. So you know what you're going to get once he opens up his body. And that's the danger of having a man with 5-star weak foot in the box. You know, they can go right, they can go left, and it's all percentages, really.
And it was lovely. Let's watch it again. Let's see this goal back from Bobby Charlton. We see the finish just coming in here. The ball passes in to Charlton, 1 touch.
Fantastic finish.
Nothing Schmeichel can do about it. The second goal is something from the patch that we wanted to look at, and it's the goalkeeper movement. Let's have a look at this second goal now. It comes from a corner, and it's ManuBachoore going 2-1 up to you.
Yeah, I mean, he's worked it really well. He was a little bit nervous at the start, but you can see he starts to pick it up again from the corner, played a little bit short, played into Veron. If we can just, you know, really slow it down here and stop almost a little bit further, there's a little ball roll there, and you know, normally just before the ball roll.
There. So here, I mean, firstly, the audacity of the strike is ridiculous.
It's crazy.
Look how far you're out.
It is crazy, honestly.
With Veron. You wanted to say as well, this in the bottom right?
Yeah, really, really important. You know, Veron does have Trivela Plus, and when you see him in a situation like that, you know it's coming, but, you know, he really takes his time and he does a moment of magic that we're going to see in a sec.
We'll just keep it going at that pace, super slow, because there's another element of this where the patch comes in. Pause it now. The movement of the goalkeeper, the right stick in particular, it was decreased in the recent winter update. He's moving that right stick across. He's expecting the Trivela from all the way into the far corner. But he mixes it up and he goes near post. This is poor goalkeeper movement, but genius from Bachoore.
Yeah, it is a moment of magic. And to be able to spot that the keeper is actually moving, and within, it's almost like a second, really, really quick, does it really well, gets the, you know, the right amount of bars, power on there again, like we mentioned, the Trivela Playstyle Plus greens. He does everything perfectly there, and it's a fantastic goal, to be honest.
What the funny thing is, Bachoore's in the main pod. He's watching over this analysis right now of me and TN breaking it all down. Incredible stuff. Straight back over to the desk. There he is, Bachoore, watching the analysis. Frankie, it was unreal.
Yeah, it was unreal. Now I feel pressure not to say ManuBachoore's name wrong because he is watching. And before I round up the results on the table, I know a lot of you are asking about the Mystery Nation tonight, but don't worry. We're going to be bringing you a big clue in a bit, so do not flake on the broadcast. That might have been a hint. Right, let's have a look at those results from round one of the matches. ManuBachoore 2, Vejrgang 2. So I have a feeling we might have another table situation at the end of the night where no one takes 12 points, but I could be proved wrong. Yeah, as AntoniniGabriel scored 3 to Seanldw's 6 goals. An insane effort from Sean. I noticed Antonini upping the aggression towards the end of that match, but sadly couldn't bring it back. So as you can see, Deli Ali Ali, that is not his song, but I once heard Eric Dyer sing that. It's stuck in my head ever since. He is going to get a whopping upgrade, 86 to 88, thanks to Sean's performance so far tonight. And the night is young, gentlemen.
It certainly is, and with that performance, why not go all the way? Go and get 10 points, get the +2, get the play style, get the alternate position, and see that price going up. It's 88k at the start of the day.
I would argue that that was already the tastiest item, Mr. Ali, and I have a feeling it's going to become even more snackable. It's going to be a chef's kiss by the end of tonight if Sean keeps playing like that. And don't forget that the longer you watch the broadcast tonight, the more you're in line to receive rewards in the game, including XP and packs. So be sure to link your EA account to your Twitch or YouTube account to get your viewership rewards. We have one player from Group C still to make his debut in the FCPro Open. AbuMakkah from Team Falcons will be playing Bayer Leverkusen's Seanldw when we return. Who is going to take it?
PlayStation.
This week in Ultimate Team, make sure to boost your teams by completing some exciting squad building challenges. Ultimate Team Dynasties SBC, New Evolutions, Icon SBC, UWCL, Showdown SBC, and additional upgrade and challenges SBCs available through the Ultimate Team menu. For any additional information, visit the Ultimate Team Hub available in the FC24 website. Now, our next guest on the broadcast you'll have just seen playing before the break, and we would have him on the desk, except he's been banned from it because the green paint from that ball he slapped and cracked on this desk has still not been removed, and we might have to pay to get it resurfaced. So instead, we've sent Casey to go and check out how Anders is doing.
I'm here in the Players' Tunnel with Vejrgang. I mean, absolutely amazing performance in that first game. Probably one of the harder ones today. How did you feel for that win against Manu?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, he's like by far me and Tim are the best in the group. So I knew that in the end, like a draw would be fine. Like I got a draw, and let's say like I get a draw in that match. If I'm gonna go out in the group, it's not gonna be because of that game. So I would have liked to win, but I have 3 more matches to go, and if I don't win these 3, I would be very disappointed with the day.
And you know, it's been said that a lot of players actually fear you. So when there's matchmaking happening, they are crossing their fingers that you are not the person at the under end of that match. How do you feel to be feared in the competition?
I mean, I'm not surprised about that. It's like in every sport, you want to not play the best, but in the end you have to beat everyone to win the tournament. And yeah, I got Bachoore here. He's like a world champion, but I still feel like I'm better than him. But a draw is not the best for me. I have to do it better. Like next time we're gonna play. But yeah, as I said, nothing is over, and I need to win my next 3 games to make the day acceptable.
And last question for you. I hear a lot of celebrations. We've chatted about that before, but you have a very special Danish celebration. What does it mean to say "let's go" in Danish?
Kom nu.
Are we gonna hear some more "come news" later on today?
Well, if I'm gonna draw again, definitely not. But if I can get a win, we're gonna see if there will be some spicy celebrations.
All right, well, good luck in the rest of the rounds. Back to you guys.
Come now, I feel like you're being a little bit too harsh on yourself, Anders. We haven't had a single player so far on this stage take home the maximum 12 points. So there's so much to play for tonight. I have a feeling his French centre-back, Simon, is going to be upgraded later tonight. So fingers crossed for everyone who owns that item. Our next matchup tonight, however, AbuMakkah versus Seanldw and ManuBachoore versus AntoniniGabriel. So Anders will be watching nervously, I imagine, from the sidelines for this one. And I'm very excited about this one because it is going to be commentated yet again by our friends Gravidon.
They're back. Gravidon are back for...
No more Gravidon, come on.
We'll get rid of that for next year, Grav. Only a couple of weeks left of this year. Thank you so much. We're back for round 2 here in Group C. I was having a little quick think at the break. We've seen icons. What about icon managers next year? Bring them in. Icon managers.
I would love to. I would love to see Vicente del Bosque, for example, in that. Who do you want to see?
Rafa Benitez.
Oh man, that's class.
Maybe. We're on the wave, but we might have started up a different conversation. Let us know in the chat. Icon manager. Who deserves an icon manager? Bring it in next year, potentially. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Before we jump in as well, we've got a match preview to bring you, which is presented by Herman Miller, who've kindly provided all the gaming chairs you see in shots and in all of the matches in our FCPro Open. They've kept our players comfortable throughout the qualification stages, and they will throughout this whole FCPro Open tournament. Make sure head over to Herman Miller to check out their fantastic range of gaming chairs today. I saw you take a couple of notes in that break, Ravison, because there was a very interesting interview from Anders. I know he sits out this round and he's not playing, but it was clear to see that he was happy to take a draw from that game.
That was a really good interview. I loved it, and I really love what Anders said. If I'm playing Manu, which is the current world champion, I'll still feel I'm better than him.
Oh! Well, speaking of the world champion, Gravison, you may have cursed him. He's 1-0 down. AntoniniGabriel was just scored within minutes of this game. But as you're right to say, that interview was so interesting from Anders. I mean, you always see him so confident and oozing confidence. Very much respectable there, saying, look, that's going to be my tough game in the group. I've got a tough group, but that's going to be my really big matchup, the one I'll circle now and back in January. If I can come out of that unbeaten and not drop a win, at least I'm taking a point from the game. He's happy with that.
Yeah, he's happy with that because he feels he can win the rest of his matches, and if he just draws with Manu, he's all right. But I really like the confidence in Anders. Like, he's playing the world champ, the current world champ, and he still feels he has to win, and he still feels he's better than him. So I think that's the right attitude you gotta have if you're just aiming to be the best player in the world right now.
Well, these two players haven't won yet here in the FCPro Open here in Group C, and also their items haven't been upgraded yet. As you can see, Lozano there, sorry, of PSV, looking to find an equaliser for Frank Ribery. One more pass, easy as you like. ManuBachoore We'll make it 1-1. Eusebio, the 3 million coin man, proving what he's worth. The big bucks in these teams, or sitting on the replay. Front Ribery just putting on a plate for the Portuguese forwards. Thank you very much, 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, we always say Manu, if we have to define him as a player, he's methodical. And I think he follows the school. He's playing for Team Gullit. We know how Renzo likes to play. And I think this goal just proves it. It was just a ball roll. He was patient. He could pass it to Eusebio. Easy tap in. I think we just saw a typical Team Gullit goal.
Well, just look at the accolades of Team Gullit in the last year. EA Sports Cup winners 2v2 last year. A World Championship win for them. Their team pretty much made up the Netherlands roster in the Nations World Championships last year. They came second in that tournament. E-Champions League winner. We could be here all day. E-Divise winners.
It goes on.
They just win
and
and they win and they win and they win, and they've just got their hands really stuck into competitive FC. But by doing it the right way from the ground up, whether it's content creation to developing the next future stars. Speaking of Team Gullit, their world champion ManuBachoore looking to try and take the lead in this game. Front Ribery, new icon this year, has not looked out of place by any means. Eusebio,
patient.
a familiar face. Once again back in the teams again. Ribery, what can we see? A reverse elastico, does win a corner. It was a battle against his fellow national teammate of Laurent Blanc. There's Ron, did score a Trivela from distance, might fancy another one this time. Somehow Eusebio weaves his way around 2 or 3 tackles there. We'll see another corner. Played in great turn from Ribery. Great disguise pass. Unfortunately, Socrates couldn't find his way through on that occasion. Abili, she's also not looked out of place by any means. New French female icon this year, offers you just the perfect stats to work as a box-to-box midfielder.
I would say Antonini is probably using 71 depth on his tactics, the way he's defending.
Not the famous 71 depth, Gravison.
Yeah, the famous one. I think it's still usable, and I think it's still OP after the patch.
But the patch hasn't affected it?
Maybe a little bit, because of the way you can attack by the middle, but it's still OP, in my opinion.
We'll speak more on that patch in a second. If you don't know what we're talking about, the game had a slight update just last week, which will affect the approach of a lot of these FCPro players. That's just too easy. Too easy, just to let Front Ribery open up his body and turn.
Easy goal. Easy goal. And I want to talk about the way Manu is playing, which is exactly the same way Emre used to play in the first week. He's just patient, and he knows how to punish the 71 depth with the driven passes, pretty much. If you see, he just runs on the wing, just pass it to a midfielder, driven passing to a striker as the defense is coming out, and you have just an easy opportunity. And I think that speaks of the way Renzo is teaching these youngsters how to play. I really do.
Is he on for a third? Zambrotta does well to stand on his feet. Ribery, one more, great save, Schmeichel. Still not fully dealt with. Goes for a goal kick. I just wanted to pick up on that goal too. The player switching was obviously what didn't help the move there for AntoniniGabriel was trying to defend. He had 5 players just all boxed up together, which Manu did such a great job of doing. And he was just a second too late. Switched onto the wrong player, which could have helped him a bit more, maybe just to lunge him with a tackle. Front Ribery was able to open up without any issues.
Maybe a cross?
Long ball forwards.
Ooh. Antonini has to step it up a little bit, because if not, I think he's going to be considering a couple of goals before the halftime. I think his start of the game was really good, but I think right now he's kind of lacking some build-up, especially in defense.
Big run on that far-hand side of your screen. We've been having a bit of a discussion as well. You get involved at home. One icon that's not in the game yet that you would love to see maybe next year. We named a few, didn't we?
Yep.
Iron Robin, Eka Davids. Not just Dutch icons, but there's quite a few we could sit here and mention. Even someone like Dida,
Whoa.
the Brazilian goalkeeper. So good back in those AC Milan days.
Yeah. Would you say some, I don't know, an English one you would like to see?
English icon. Someone that would be really handy and helpful. One more pass. Garincha! How have you missed? English icons. It's difficult for me because I feel like we are one of the most represented nations in terms of icons in the game already.
Probably.
It's one of them. When you're on the spot and you ask these questions, they're so hard to answer.
I know. I know.
English icon. They must Twitch chat help me out here. Shout me some names. Spanish icon.
Guti. I told you. I would love to see Guti. I mean, he was fantastic to watch.
Cesc Fabregas.
Oh, that would be amazing. Is he active still?
I think he's going to retire. Here's Ribery. Finesse. Good save from Schmeichel. Oh, Richard Buckley's just come over and said Gareth Barry. I mean, I know he loves Gareth Barry. Back post. Ribery fake shot back inside. I mean, I'll give him his dues. He has, I think, the most appearances up there in the Premier League, Gareth Barry, but would he be a usable icon? I don't think he would be.
Maybe a hero, do you think?
Well, that's the debate, isn't it? What makes a player a hero or an icon? I mean, who knows? Maybe one day we'll see a hero squad.
Ooh.
Fingers crossed. Garincha. Looking to come forward, little ball roll. Go on, Veron, travel a bit for me. Oh, this is great feet. Offside.
I just love the way Manu is playing. It's the same as Emre. He showed the Trivela because now his opponent is kind of worried about the Trivela, and when he shows the Trivela, he just driven passes into the striker. There's not much you can do. I really like the way Manu is playing, and the team holding guys in general. That's really smart.
So far, Eusebio has been the player to just glue it all together. Ribery, AntoniniGabriel hasn't had too much to shout about 40 minutes in after what was such a positive start.
Have you done the...
And a quick suggestion coming in from the Twitch chat. Jamesy Bart coming in with Stilian Petrov. I mean, he's a bit of a throwback. The Bulgarian player, long ball forward. Eusebio, oh, where's the ball roll? Keeps it in play, though. This is fully alive, Veron. Back to Zanetti, takes a wicked deflection on the way through. 2 hands on it from Schmeichel.
That's a poor touch by Eusebio.
I mean, how's that happen? What buttons? Has he gone for maybe a flick of the stick and it's gone as a heavy touch instead?
I don't know, maybe a double tap? Yeah. I don't know what that was, but yeah.
George Best, he's been pretty quiet so far. Ribery, oh, there you go. He may have been quiet for about 40 in-game minutes. 40 minutes later, he's back and he's all square.
If you make mistakes, you get punished every single time. He could have gone to the halftime leading 3-1, Manu, because it could have been an easy ball roll, an Eusebio goal. He didn't. And then in the counter-attack, it was a good play by Ribery. Easy pass to Sawa, and the Japanese icon makes it 2-2.
I know he's not here tonight, but Ryan Pessoa has been such a big fan of that as well, just getting down the byline, even the Lacroqueta shot, which has been very popular. Could see another one. Oh, no, no, no. I mean, they do tell you as a kid just to put your foot through it, but I think he's done that and somehow ended up hitting a defender on the way through. Schmeichel's there.
Oh, Rio.
Rio's got in the way of Laurent Blanc. And it's just a shocker at the back. Can't really do anything about it. And it's a gift for the current world champion. Just a quick update from our other game. It's 0-0, by the way, between AbuMakkah and Seanldw. No goals to talk about in that game, but in this game, there are plenty of goals to talk about, 5 in total.
Don't watch the clip, man. He's clipping. Antonini is clipping.
I mean, he can clip it all he wants because he can't be harsh to himself on it because he can't do anything. Here we go. Icon suggestions. That has got to be the shout of all shouts coming in from, is it Vejrgang?
Vejrgang.
It's Totti and nobody else. That's a great point, by the way. He's not a hero, Totti. He should be an icon. My worry about Totti, though, is pace.
Doesn't matter.
It does, Grav.
It doesn't matter.
You can bring players in the game, but if they're too slow, come on. He's a goal scorer.
I would still use him.
He needs pace.
I'll still use him.
Harry Kewell, I mean, Harry Kewell's already in the game. But Totti, I think Totti deserves to come in.
Francesco, the main man, Il Capitano. Come on.
One club man, wasn't he, as well?
Yeah, he was.
Crazy number of goals and stats, obviously, for Roma. Get your suggestions in as well. Gary Neville was again. Gary Neville might not have much pace, which does worry me a little bit. If we're going to suggest some English icons, let's get some with pace, all right? Because otherwise, they're just probably not going to be used. Tony Adams.
I don't know him.
You don't know Tony Adams?
Nope.
Right, well, we better move on. Anyone else coming through, let us know these suggestions in the chat. We appreciate you getting involved in the conversation tonight. Icon managers as well. We spoke a little bit about that. Let us know some icon manager suggestions coming in. Half-time in our round 2 matchup. Anders Vejrgang is sitting out of this game. We've got a 3-2 scoreline on one hand of our screen. ManuBachoore, the current world champion, leading. Remember, if he wins this game, Lozano will be getting an upgrade into an 88 rated player. AbuMakkah against Sean is a 0-0, which is surprising because I was looking across the results that we've seen in the last couple of weeks. Our lowest scoring affair has been 3 goals. We've always had goals going in.
Yeah, every single time, which is weird. The way he's not been able to score a single goal in the first half, but let's see what happens in the second half. I mean, it's kind of weird to see 5 goals in one game and then the other with no goals half-time, but it just happens sometimes.
Well, we've got someone to spice up the goals, hopefully. TN is in the commentary booth. Welcome in, my friend.
Hello, Graffadon. I like the name. I like the name. Don't blame me. I didn't make it up.
Please stop what you're getting out. What have you made of the game so far? I mean, you've had the best seat in the house to watch it all unfold. I mean, there's goals in this game, but 0-0 over on the other side of the stage.
Yeah, over on the other side. There was a big chance as well that I saw. It was just unfortunate, obviously, not to go in. But this is the most entertaining game right now. Obviously, a lot happening. Ribery looks like he's coming to life from Manu right now. He's been very, very clutch. And yeah, he's playing the skin out right now.
One icon to come into the game.
Oh, can I say 2?
Yep.
Give us as many as you want.
I want to go Robin. Because obviously you got Ribery, you know, you got to go Robin on the other side. I mean, it makes the most sense. And then I'd probably go second Edgar Davids, maybe.
Bring in the goggles.
Yeah, bring in the goggles, bring in the dreadlocks. You know, a bit of style, bit of aggression. I'm all for that.
I mean, you're right. Franck Ribery and Iron Robin are just they're just known to be on the same team together, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, when you think about, you know, the historical Bayern teams, it's like Ribery on one side, Robin on the other side. They're a dynamic duo, beautiful team, and I feel like, you know, you could probably emulate that on the game as well. It would work out.
And they'd both have skills, wouldn't they, Grav? They'd both be skillers. They'd both have a decent week. But here's a chance as we turn our attention back to this one. Manu still in the lead, 3-2, kicking from right to left in that Team Gullit strip. Michael Ballack does get a little bit of an involvement here. I mean, look, he's cheap and cheerful, and he's got not bad stats, to be fair.
Have you guys done the SBC?
No, I haven't. I haven't got around to doing it yet, but I think I saw him sat, his normal price is like 100 and something K, and from what I'm seeing for that price, he's delivering.
For that price, to have an overall decent enough midfielder, maybe in the same conversation as Gerrard. No, right, okay, I'll be quiet.
Not sure about that one.
He was in the most picked players. Maybe there's a lot of Liverpool fans that were submitting the drafts. Figo, he's been unbelievable.
Oh, Sawa, spring dribbling.
Yeah.
Sawa's proven her worth as well. 900k in some of these squads. This is Antonini looking for a 3rd goal and a more important equaliser. Penalty! Zanetti not into the book. He gets away with that one. But this could be a gift from the spot. It's Eusebio for AntoniniGabriel.
Great finish. Great finish from Eusebio, and that's just what he can do. That's what he provides.
Was that a little bit of laziness defensively there? We'll see it again on the replay and see exactly what happens. Has he pressed the button or not?
He pressed the button,
Yeah,
I think.
I think he's lunged it a little bit too early. It's always a risk when you're in the box as well. And obviously, he's been punished for it through Eusebio.
Sawa scored a goal. Now, this
110.
penalty. I mean, she's like, what, 900K, something like that?
900K, yeah. I mean, coming into this, I wasn't sure that, you know, she could do it in a competitive setting, but boy, have I been proved wrong, because she's delivering right now.
Someone else that's proved me wrong as well. He's in your team, TN, and that was Luis Figo.
Telling you, man.
Just because he wasn't coming in from the right, as I was used to seeing him, in the number 10, he's been influential.
There's something about Figo this year, I think, with the controlled sprint as well, like the dribbling, he's class, so good. Probably the best that he's been in a while.
Hello.
Oh.
There's Laura Blanc on the line. I know everyone hates that in weekend league when it happens, but you have to do it. You've got to put a player on the line.
Yeah, it's got to be done. I think I want to say as well, one player that's really impressed me is Veron. Like, again, for 100K, he's been everywhere. His passing, obviously, I think he's got really good passing, like short passing, like in the 90s, as is the long passing. But the Trivela, I think, obviously having scored in the first game against Anders, I think Manu being able to disguise the Trivela as well has been world class.
Yeah.
And it plays a massive part. And I think it's how it led to one of his goals.
That has to be the player of the night so far, doesn't it?
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
think so. Are you a Trivela user, Tian?
Yeah, I am. I'm shameless, man. I'm not going to lie. Anything mechanical. Even right now as we're watching, I'm trying to pick up tips, like, honestly.
I mean, we all do the Trivela. And if someone in the chat says he doesn't,
They're lying.
they're lying.
They're lying.
Manu
Nice defending.
on the attack. Laurent Blanc, someone who's got under the radar. He's also a very popular pick in at centre-back. We actually saw him involved a couple of times last week for a few players. 3-3 so far. Remember, a win could be an upgrade for Ogbonna or Lozano. Sawa. Blanc again on the opposite side. The press is heavy there by AntoniniGabriel. George Best off the right-hand side goes in the end for a corner. And into pause we shall go. Speaking of these FC Pro Love items, have you had a dabble? Have you invested?
I've got stocks in Simicon, I'm not going to lie. So, you know, I bought when it was nice and low. Obviously, in the last couple of days, it's gone up a little bit. But, you know, I bought when it was nice and low. And, you know, if we can get a nice, you know, nice little upgrade today, I'm not complaining.
When we say nice and low, what are we talking?
Ooh. I think I bought him around, what was it, like 18 or 24K?
18.
There, it was roughly.
Yeah, just before the show
around that,
started,
yeah.
he was like 34K,
Yeah,
something like that.
He went up considerably. So, you know, I've made a little bit of profit, but I want to make
You
some
could be
more.
doubling your money.
I could be doing more than that. That's what I want, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's what I want. French centre-back as well. He might even be usable, so you never know.
Pacey defender, Bundesliga.
He's definitely usable. And I mean, with a couple of upgrades, we could talk a meta player.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, there's been a goal over in this game. AbuMakkah, if you are a fan of the Saudi Arabian FC Pro player, he leads by a goal to nil. That's the only goal that's gone in there. It hasn't been full of goals, to be honest. It could be our lowest scoring game we've actually seen here at the FC Pro Open ever. 3 weeks in. Obviously, our lowest scoring game was last week, where it was a 3-1 scoreline. To only see one goal, especially in EAFC, doesn't really feel right.
Nice defending. We could potentially see, in a month or so, a 99 pace Lozano. Is it in your clubs?
No, I didn't do the SBC.
Come on.
I know. I just didn't get around to getting it done.
He's the weekend league warrior off the bench.
Yeah.
He is.
He is.
That's what I feel like. That's what he used to be, though, as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
He always had a couple of team of the weeks.
You know what you're going to get as well. As soon as you see him come off the bench, you're like, yeah, long day. I've got to substitute my left back or right back, honestly.
It's a clever pass there for Veron, looking for the chip through ball.
There's kind of a FOMO thing with the SBCs. You know you're not spending 100K in Lozano, but then Manu just keeps winning and you match a Lozano in Weekend League, and you're like, come on, man.
Yeah, man. And you know what it is as well? You know when you haven't done an SBC and it just ends up being like a great SBC, it's just...
It's always the way, isn't it?
Yeah, you're living in regret as you're conceding and your head's in your hands.
Do you remember like one item that you didn't do and you were like, oh man?
Yeah, Lozano.
Yeah, probably the same. I don't think so. Normally I try to do as many as I can, to be honest, just so I don't miss out on any.
Yeah.
I think I've just completed Mbappe as well, so, you know, winning.
You have to sell the house for that.
Oh, mate, don't even get me started. My club is empty. I've got nothing left.
Right, last 9 minutes of this one. Are we going to find our first win on paper for either of these two players? Or is it going to be 2 points from 6 for ManuBachoore? Yes, he may be unbeaten, but he'll still be looking for his first win in this competitive Group C. AbuMakkah still leads by a goal to 0 against Sean in our other matchup. That one slightly behind this one.
Oof. I don't really like Laurent Blanc as much right now. I don't think he's good enough to be this environment, competitive environment. There's not much you can do, because you can pick Sol Campbell, you can pick, I don't know, Ferdinand maybe, but I don't like Blanc as much, and I did the SBC.
Yeah. I mean, 78 pace as well, it's a little bit of a killer. Obviously, positioning is what is out of this world. He's really good there, but I do understand where you're coming from. I do love the SBC, though. I've done him on my main and my RTG, so big up Laurent Blanc.
I mean, back to your point, he hasn't looked out of place yet, Gravison, but I understand the question mark over the French defender. Ribéry, another one of the French icons that sprinkled into a lot of these teams. Final 3 minutes. Are we on for another draw? We saw a 2-2 against Vejrgang with ManuBachoore. It would be Antonini's first point on the board after a 6-3 loss to Seanldw. It's his first ever sort of land tournament that Antonini has been out. Ribéry does get pushed off the ball by Desai. George Best could win that. Eusebio, he's onside.
Wow.
And it could be a bit of a smash and grab. The timing of that run, for him to come back onside unless the defender played the pass.
Wow.
I mean, ManuBachoore may have just given away a result. I've got to see this again. Schmeichel.
Come on, Zambrota, man.
Underhit pass.
Does well, but just also look how deep Desai is. He just holds everybody on sides. But more importantly, the reaction there.
Do you think that's Manu's fault, Schmeichel's fault, or Zambrota's fault?
I'm going to have to say Schmeichel. I don't think Zambrota can do much there. Obviously, it's a header. He's tried to jump up for it, but it's an underhit pass from Schmeichel, and you know, obviously, Best got the better of him, got the best of him, and you know, Eusebio got there. So,
or is it the pro's fault?
Ooh. Ooh.
I mean, I know you answered Schmeichel because you would be, wouldn't you? You'd be going, that wasn't my fault. That was the goalie's fault. Right, we've got a full-time result here very quickly. There'll be a lot of happy Saudi fans watching this on. AbuMakkah of Falcon Esports will pick up his first 3 points. His player, by the way, is Koulibaly. He might be out in the Saudi League with Al Hilal, but Koulibaly guarantees you one thing, pace. And he's had another upgrade. He goes from an 87 to an 88 rated. First game done and dusted for AbuMakkah. This guy just doesn't give you really any reactions. When he qualified, he's just all business. 3 points on the board.
I mean, great start. 3 points out of 3. And the group now is interesting. We see Anders 1 point. Manu, if the game ends like this, 1 point as well. And then AbuMakkah, Antonini, and Sean with 3 points. Oh.
And also, AbuMakkah clean sheet. He is the first player in a long time to keep a clean sheet. That is still our lowest scoring game we've seen at the FCPro Open so far. 3 weeks in, 3 goals was the lowest. Now it's 2. He just controlled that game. I know we didn't watch loads of it, but from the outside in, a 2-0 result. The game was 0-0 for 45 minutes in it too. Yeah,
I mean, and to stay focused for basically 18 minutes, 9-minute halves, it's a very difficult task. You know, you don't really want to slip up, but like you mentioned, he was in control, had it under control, and yeah, looks very confident and very relaxed right now.
I like the attitude, and we know he's been a champion in his league. but can he bring championship level kind of statement internationally? I think he can.
He's got quite an interesting story as AbuMakkah. I know a lot of people often think Saudi Arabia, MS Dasari. If you haven't been sort of following the scene for a long time, MS Dasari in Shaw has basically become sort of co-owner of Team Falcons, the team that AbuMakkah does play for. Yes, Dasari did compete and was invited into the FCPro Open Global Qualifier, but naturally got a lot more going on in his life. AbuMakkah last year came in, he won the Saudi Pro League, which used to be Dasari's sort of tournament that he'd always win. He made an eWorld Cup final route as well with AbuMakkah, and he sort of has just become one of the next big names to come out of the Middle East. Big result for him there. We can see the total stats and shots on target. 4 shots, 2 goals. For Sean, he's wondering how on earth he can get back to winning ways. The good thing is for him, though, he has got 3 points on the board.
Which is important. It's important as well to just... I mean, if you just lose a game, at least you won the first one. So it's just kind of balanced in a way.
The key thing is that you've got to get points in this group.
Yep.
Obviously, it goes without saying. There's been times where players have maybe got 1 point or 0 points. You have to leave with a win. At least 3 points in this group going into the New Year break and coming back for the next round of group stage.
Tien, what do you think?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's going to be a very difficult one. Obviously, there's not a lot of time left, but I think if he can get the ball forward as he is right now, then anything is possible.
Are we looking at a Manu equaliser in the 90th minute? No, we're not. Schmeichel with a huge save. Still, this one could be alive. Big tackle from Frank Rijkaard. And that will do us. Huge 3 points on the board for AntoniniGabriel. There are lots of points being shared around here. The world champion will lose. And currently, he's about to win. 2 games in, 1 draw, 1 defeat. AntoniniGabriel, he's on 3 points. And as it currently stands, Sean's on 3 points. Antonini's on 3 points. And AbuMakkah is on 3 points too.
Wow. I mean, it's just tied right now. And I don't know. I think this round 3 is going to be huge to see if we're seeing some players kind of progressing and making a huge difference between the top of the group and the bottom of the group, or maybe we see a draw. I don't know what to expect now, but it's been a crazy round, this one.
I love these player cams. We'll try and listen in as much as we can as the night does continue to unfold. I think the important thing is there, you're not going to get many chances either against ManuBachoore. When he does make a mistake, you have to punish him, and that's what he did. Yeah,
he took his chances well, was very, very clinical. You have to see, again, having Eusebio in those sort of positions. It's all about percentages in this sort of game. You want to really, make your mark, and he delivered on that.
He certainly did. 2 rounds done here at the FCPro Open. Remember, we've still got round 3, round 4, and round 5 to come today. However, before we do that, we're going to throw it back over to the desk with Frankie and the rest of the team.
We've seen our first big shock of the night as Manu does concede to AntoniniGabriel. We've got the master and really the apprentice, the youngest player at 17 years old in the top 20 of this tournament. And he's just taken down the world champion.
It's a big result given the names. However, off the performance, Manu's not played that well. He had spells against Anders where he was really, really strong. And then Anders sort of consolidated in the end. The press was there, but it didn't really happen for him. Antonini, I'm more surprised because of the poor performance in the first game. Losing 6-3 to Sean, you come back, new lease of confidence. You probably think this is the time to beat Manu. If there's going to be a time where he's not playing well, go and do it.
I was really interested to see how this matchup played out, Casey, because of the fact that, in a way, Antonini has nothing to lose and Manu has everything on the line here.
I mean, you're coming off of a world champion, right? And that could either go one of 2 ways. Either you have that confidence going into it, you're on top of the world, or you're like, I mean, I already won. What can happen here? And he's already said that he struggled a bit at the league level too. So it's seeming like that's playing over, unfortunately, into this competition. But again, we have many more rounds to go, so we could come back stronger. But he's struggling.
And the thing was with Manu is he did concede that goal from Antonini in the first 2 minutes, but he immediately managed to equalise. And it did look to me like he wasn't fazed by that situation, like he knew that he was able to come back. And actually, if you look at his bench, he has spent the most money, 920,000 coins. So he's obviously got an insurance policy. He's expecting to concede goals and make that comeback.
Well, I also think you look at the 2 results now. Draw against Anders, conceded first against Antonini. He's He's slowly starting slowly. There we go. In these games, he got back into it, but he was always chasing Antonini. It's a really, really good result. And I mean, for Manu now, maximum points 7. That's not a great haul, to be honest. When you look at the other players, he's probably looking at his teammate Emre Yilmaz, who got 10 2 weeks ago as well. So I think there's a lot of work to be done, but because of the format, it is quite ruthless. Like, you can, in 2 hours' time, finish on 1.
Well, we'll take a look at the tables and we can see AbuMakkah has got his first win after his first game here in London. And it was a clinical performance from AbuMakkah, Casey. He was not letting Sean get a ball in edgeways.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because Sean was coming off of 3 points as well. So you'd think he'd just come in swinging for that match. But it just seems that AbuMakkah had the entire match under control and Sean really couldn't do anything about it.
But it does seem that Sean's learned some discipline because Abu might look like he was a brick wall from the fact that I think he's the only player to have an actual clean sheet in a game so far. And we're now in Group C. We're 3 weeks into this competition. But obviously he was playing a little bit more carefully than when he's playing against the likes of Antonini.
Me personally, I've seen all 5 players play now. AbuMakkah has been the best player that I've seen. He looked the most composed. Even when he was drawing in that game, he was controlling that game. I don't think you saw it at home. There was a chance in the first 4 minutes of the match, and AbuMakkah hadn't changed his settings. He was still playing on precision shooting. If it had been on assisted, he's 1-0 up inside the first 4 minutes. He put it into the corner flag. But I mean, AbuMakkah, I just think right now he's the man to beat in this group. He looks the most complete. But Anders, in his own words, has played the hardest game in the group. So is he now going to come into his form? I got a draw in that game. Let's go and I won't be surprised if Andu, that's a new name, Anders ends on 10.
I like Andu.
Andu.
He's only 17. He's got time to change his name. He's still discovering himself.
Andu.
Yeah, you know, it's fine. When I was 17, I think I had 6 middle names. I gave myself middle names like tattoos. That's another story entirely. We need to move on. We've got some big characters on set tonight, and they each bring their own personalities to the competitive stage. So when we return, we'll be looking at how you can stay calm in the moment and play the player and not just the game. Top tips from the pros are coming up after this break. So I'll give you a tip. Do not go anywhere because you will regret it.
Wow.
Minutes!
AFC, we see a lot of people losing bracket, they always come back and win, so...
This league continuing to provide AbuMakkah. Yeah! Mbappe's onside! And there's Vejrgang. That should be enough.
Mbappe green times it into the top corner.
With the goal of all goals.
Some seriously passionate reactions that we witnessed from the Open Qualifiers weekend, but it's been a bit more subdued in this studio so far. Thank goodness for Antonini, who was absolutely ecstatic to beat Manu. I had a bit of a strong reaction during that last game, though, because I discovered you don't know who Tony Adams is.
No, who is him?
He's a legendary Arsenal defender. He also managed one of my teams, Wycombe Wanderers, 2003 to 2004.
And
we're very excited when Tony came to town.
He had a spell on Strictly Come Dancing last year.
Oh, okay.
The man reads Tolstoy and he doesn't know who Tony Adams is. I'm legitimately horrified, but it's fine. Let's move on quickly to what it's like to play a player like Anders, because he is one of our more emotional players. He does let his opponent know how he's feeling in game. What was it like for you facing him?
It was hard. It was hard because you have that fear factor coming into play. You just play not to lose in a way, if that makes sense. So when I matched him twice online, I was like, if I don't play perfectly, I'm gonna lose. And even if I do, I might lose as well. So I just think like you can analyze the way he plays and you can kind of counter it. But if you're not confident about your gameplay, you're gonna lose 100%.
So he had you trembling in your boots when he was 15?
Yeah, pretty much. And then he laughed about it in the hotel in front of me.
Brilliant. Well, that is one way to keep unsettling you every time you have to face him. Would you say that Anders is better online or on stage?
That's a good one.
Because he has such an incredible track record online.
Last year he was incredible, it's got to be said, on LAN. I mean, if you look at his performances, he picked up a trophy with Umut. He was the ECL top 4. He went far in the Masters as well. I mean, he was really good. I think on LAN, you are just, for anyone as well, can't understand the dialect, that is here, not online, on LAN. He is just, I think it just means more when you do it offline.
Yeah. I think we were kind of expecting Anders to perform when we came to the LAN tournaments. And I think he did last year.
Oh, massively.
I think he did. And I don't think we talk about that much about that fact, that he performed up to the level which we hyped him about.
One quick thought as well, interesting you spoke about the two players, how you beat Anders. You've got to not fear him. The two players in recent memory who have got a good record, a decent record against Anders, no one's got a good record. Oberon, last year beat him numerous times, and Banano beat him in Swiss, in the global qualifier knockouts not too long ago. I think both of those players, they respect him, but they don't fear him. And they just played their own game against him. And that's how you get success.
Well, there's no one really who has higher expectations for Anders than Anders himself. That interview with Casey earlier was incredibly telling. The fact that he's not satisfied with that draw against ManuBachoore, despite the fact that ManuBachoore is the world champion. If he loses now that he's had his break, that potentially is going to tilt him going into those final 2 matches.
Yeah, I quoted that down on my beautiful pad. He said, I don't think I'm playing against the world champion because I think I'm better than him. And that's like massive. Like you're playing against the world champion and you still think you're better than him and you have many more chances.
You can see it though, the match that we're going to be featuring coming up, AbuMakkah's not going to fear Anders one bit. He will think this is 3 points that I need to pick up if I want to progress. AbuMakkah didn't celebrate when he qualified for the Open. I don't really think we've seen him celebrate at all. He will celebrate if he wins this trophy. The #1 prize is his main objective. It is a team where they only expect perfection. That's what's been sort of drilled into them, and I think he truly believes he's got the talent to do it as well.
This is definitely going to be a very, very interesting matchup. So, Gravison, why don't you head over to the commentary booth, because you've got 2 Brits there. They're going to educate you on who exactly Tony Adams is, because still, I'm really still taking that one in. Can I get a quick prediction from you on this one? Because it is such an interesting matchup, especially having seen Abu's debut against Sean. That brick wall is not going to be letting Anders dance its way in.
I'm going to go 2-2. I think we're going to see a draw.
It's going to be incredibly interesting. I want to agree with you. I really want to agree with you, but I think it's going to be a higher scoring game than Abu's last game.
Okay, so what, maybe a 4-4?
Maybe 3-3.
Okay,
Let's meet in the
we'll
middle,
meet in the
my
middle.
friend. Ed Gravison is now in the middle of T and Brandon, so let's head over to that.
Thank you very much, Frankie and Rich. And yeah, TN's in the booth, and TN is a massive Arsenal fan. So you know who Tony Adams is, don't you?
Of course I know who Tony Adams is. Grant, what's going on?
I'm sorry, man. I truly didn't know who Tony Adams was. Is he from the 80s, 90s, something like that?
Yeah, he's an old school defender. Old
Okay.
school defender. Captain, leader, you know, real bleeds Arsenal. So, you know, it hurts me that obviously you don't know who he is.
I'm sorry. Today I learned about the meal deals, which is kind of a big thing here in the UK. Now Tony Adams, I think I'm progressing, you know?
Yeah, I hear it. You're making your way. You're working your way up.
Meal deal, were you a sandwich or a pasta man?
I don't know. Sandwich, probably? To be a proper British, should I say sandwich or
I
pasta?
think sandwich is...
Sandwich.
Yeah, that's the original.
Yeah. Well,
sandwich it is.
yeah, sandwich and Tony Adams. We'll work on it as the weeks go on. Game 3 is here in Group C. We're happy to jump into it as we speak right now. It's Anders Vejrgang of RB Leipzig playing his second game. He didn't actually play last round. He had that round off to just sort of look back, and I can assure you of RB Leipzig, Daniel, his coach, who's the same coach of another world champion in a bit. He's had a good chance to prepare for this game. The one thing that I find interesting, Tian, is that AbuMakkah has not conceded the goal yet, and from what we saw in his match against Sean, he just looked like he controlled the game.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the facial expression on him right now. He just looks really relaxed, really comfortable, even obviously coming off the back of a 2-0 win and had pretty much control of the whole game. Looks really, really good, and obviously, as of right now, still early stages, but looking very much in control and one of the best players in the group.
Well, we can sort of come to terms also with what Anders Vejrgang is actually doing with his team, because we saw Luis Hernandez as the striker in the preview. He doesn't start in the team. He does get subbed off straight away, and by the looks of it, it's Nicolesian that comes on, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think you called it earlier in the draft show, you know, it was a bluff, and obviously Mikel Essien comes on and does the damage whilst obviously the other players move forward.
Here's a quick chance. Could be a goal, it will be. Anders Vejrgang scores in the first 10 minutes, and that clean sheet record of AbuMakkah could be wiped away. We'll see again on the replay. This is how you take the perfect corner. Laurent Blanc, he's not shooting. Saba will be.
I'm telling you, I was expecting a shot with Blanc, but the patience was there. And that's why I'm here commenting. I'm not there playing.
But going off the back of that, I think one thing I've definitely noticed and seen a couple of these games is there's always that extra pass. There's always that one extra pass. If I'm playing champs, I'm not seeing that. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm shooting and hoping for the best. But again, it's those percentages. They make sure like it's a 100% chance as opposed to an 80%.
We say it all the time, don't we? It's the one more pass that makes all the difference. Takes a chance from like 85% chance. I mean, if it's Laurent Blanc, it's probably a 64% chance of going in to a 95+% chance of finding its way into the back of the net. AbuMakkah 1-0 down, looking to reinstate that 1-1 cushion. Oh, that nearly got a bit ugly. Petr Cech is the first to react. Just looking across both the drafts as well. Jarzinho and Bobby Charlton will be the two main attacking players alongside John Barnes. On the other side for AbuMakkah, it's Luis Figo in that number 10. We'll see what he can do in this, and also Eric Cantona. A lot of players do enjoy using him.
Yeah, I mean, Eric Cantona, he's an acquired taste because obviously he's got quite a stocky build, but he does have the 5-star skills, and obviously his finishing is second to none. So if you do know how to use him, fantastic player, but he's one of those ones, he's not like a Eusebio or like maybe a Jarzinho where you can use him straight away. He will take a little bit of time.
He's big though, isn't he,
Yeah.
Cantona? He's strong, he's big.
Yeah, I think in the current meta, he's not as good as he should be. Oh, what a save. I know what you mean. In a striker, you want a player who has mobility in a way.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's just not there from Cantona.
Well, there's another corner from Anders. Let's see what he can do on this one. Blanc again looks to be the provider. AbuMakkah were able to come out of this one without any problems. Just the counter-attack, a massive through ball. Cantona's got all the time in the world. AbuMakkah looking for a 1-1.
No.
He's down. The goalkeeper's throw. Anders Vejrgang with the perfect patience. And maybe even a little sprinkle of goalkeeper movement. How about that one on the face cam?
That is joyous to watch. Oh my goodness.
That's me at home to my cat when I'm in weekend league.
That's me at home when I'm playing against my brother, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. Doesn't even need to be Ultimate Team. Straight kickoff. Do you know what I mean?
Anders Vejrgang there. Confident as ever, looking to find. Second goal. Zanetti in a more custom centre midfield position here. Certainly has the stats to play there. Nabili, little ball roll, where's the through ball? Nabili steal, Bobby Charlton. Charlton still could be alive, she's on for a second, off the woodwork! Does such a good job of bringing Sauer into that area, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's Sauer. She scored the first goal, I believe, as well, and she just looks very dangerous when you get into the final third. It's almost like she can't miss.
Garincha goes for a goal kick.
I'm confident Sauer is just like a million coins now in the market.
I mean, her price probably shot up. She was like 900k at the start of the day. It'll be interesting to see what she's like at the end.
It'll be great to see what, her price goes up with as the night unfolds more. Look at the space. It's a huge switch of play into Cafu, the 1 million caught him right back. A lot of players have shied away from. That's why Mikkel Essien's in the team instead of Luis Hernandez. Bobby Charlton for 2. Oh, it's time Reds. How? Why? How have you missed?
It's a huge opportunity. Bobby Charlton, 5-star week foot as well. It's got to be going in. So unfortunate to time it red.
Did so well, didn't he, to do the step overs to Exao into the space.
And in a position like that, Bobby Charlton, hopefully it doesn't come back to bite him, but as of right now, he's in control. And again, Bobby Charlton just a dangerous forward.
AbuMakkah needs to be careful. There's a few times now where Ashley Cole has just been caught out.
Yeah.
Look how clever the press is from Anders. You'll just see how he occasionally uses the second man press. Slash constantly player switching.
Wow. That was beautiful player switching. Like the precision. That was something else. Really good defend by Anders.
Look at the space on the far hand side if he wants to go back that way to John Barnes. Sawa, the Japanese icon, another new addition to AFC this year. Jarzinho times it green and puts Anders Vejrgang into a 2-goal lead. Tien, you're clapping next to me. You're a fan of that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a really well-worked goal. Really took his time, disguised it as if he was going back with Sauer, played it into Cafu, back to Sauer, and Jarzinho, you trust him to do the job. Once it's green timed and in the box, again, it's those percentages, and it's a fantastic finish across the keeper.
Yeah, if you give me the space maybe one time, it's going to be a red time finish, but the second time it's going to be green, especially if we're talking about Anders. So Tien, man, that Simakan seems to be
my stocks are going up as of right now, Things are looking good. But yeah, hopefully it stays this way. But that's me, I'm being shameless, what I mean? That's me, my stocks, thinking of my coins,
Look, it's normally Richard Buckley here saying who he's invested in. I mean, Richard Buckley controls the market here sometimes. I know he's got a few Simicans on top of that as well. Koulibaly, by the way, has had an upgrade. For those who didn't know, AbuMakkah did win his first match up here in the FCPro Open. 2-0 against Seanldw. Vejrgang hasn't won a game yet. He's only on 1 point. He's only played one game. That was against ManuBachoore. So this would be his first win. I believe we have got an update as soon as we can get it for you in the other game. There has been an opening goal there. It's a match between Seanldw and the current world champion, ManuBachoore, who's without a win, but he's looking for his first win. It's Zambrota into Veron. And I tell you what, Veron might be up for a bit of a conversation today. Is he could be the underdog or the MVP in these teams?
Yeah, that was a weird goal. A German cross from Zambrota into La Brujita Veron. That's kind of weird in a way. But yeah, Veron is what, like 70k, 80k,
yeah,
something like that?
He was 70k, Grav. He might be 100 now. Oh. Someone might have put a few coins into him. Zambrota, though, providing a different style of of assists that we haven't seen so far tonight in the FCPro Open. Get involved in the conversation at home. What FCPro item have you invested in? Could be a player that isn't involved this week, might be involved next week or back in the new year. Garincha.
He moved the keeper nevertheless, so that was not going in.
Well, whilst we've got 5 minutes before half-time, I know there's been a lot of conversation about this patch. It only came out last Wednesday, I do believe. Has it affected a lot you've seen tonight so far?
I think there's some mixed opinions about how if the patch has changed the game enough. I think it has, if I'm being honest. I know, for example, Stokes said that he doesn't feel as much of a difference. I think there's a difference. And I think there's been a change in the meta because, and I want to see Richard talking about this later on, because we've never seen Anders using the 4-3-2-1, because he's always used the 4-4-2. And we're seeing today Anders using the 4-3-2-1, which I think is interesting. Interesting, yeah.
Added time of 1 minute. There is enough time for AbuMakkah to get the ball forward. Sol Campbell will deal with that as easy as you like. Both games are in half-time now. And they're still leading 2-0 against AbuMakkah of Falcons Esports. And on the other side of things, ManuBachoore. 1-0 against Sean. LD, I can't go over, by the way. If we can somehow get on the replay, if there's a miracle out there. That goalkeeper movement with the point to the head from Anders Vejrgang.
That was gold.
In the
priceless
20-30th minute, I believe it was. It was absolutely incredible to see that level of confidence. I think he's only 1-0 up at the time as well. Shows how confident he is feeling.
If you are at this venue and you want to see some content, just point a camera either to Anders or Richard. Doesn't matter. Any one of them.
There's always something going on.
Well, there's the love coming in from Anders. Has got a crazy fan base that follow him across to all the tournaments. You have to look, it was his first proper year competing last year in that. Virtual Bundesliga Club Championship win, top 8 in his first ever World Championship. And there you go. You might not be supporting Anders, but I'm here to support my sim account investment. Did you write that?
That might be me. You never know. Might be another one of my accounts. Who knows?
Yeah. Secondary account.
And there's some love coming through.
This is for you, Grav.
Tony Adams.
This is for you.
Yeah.
I think you need to go back when you go home. Just go on YouTube. Tony Adams.
I have to.
And that's all you got to do. That's how you spend your evening, man.
Yeah. I mean, next time I'm here, I'm gonna be talking about his play style, his titles.
That's it.
Everything.
That's it. That's what I want to hear.
You're going to know everything about him, aren't you?
I'm going to hold you to that, by the way.
Yeah, I'm going to do my homework.
Okay, cool.
Just wait and see. I'll note it down.
Write it down. Write it down. If you have just tuned in, this is the FCPro Open. We are halfway through our games as it currently stands tonight here in Group C. Do not worry, though. There is still so much to unfold. This one, though, AbuMakkah 2-0 down against Anders. He might be 3-0 down. It's a great press. Jarzinho, ball roll, scoop turn. Sol Campbell does well just to manhandle in the end, Jarzinho, and just push him off the ball. Tia, that could have been 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking very, very dangerous, especially with Jarzinho that has the 5-star skills. That's probably the worst person you want to have in a one-on-one situation.
He'll get a second bite of the cherry.
What a save.
Huge save and right paw there from Pearcheck.
What a
save.
fantastic save.
Whoa. Has to wake up, AbuMakkah.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to get something going in these next 45 minutes.
Figo has been quite quiet so far. Veron. Garincha, that's great. Feels the post, the ball's bouncing around. Just about gets rid of it. Lovely little counsel there, wasn't it, from
Yep.
Yeah.
Garincha. Just disguise everything he was doing.
I think one thing that was really underrated there from Anders is the goalkeeper movement.
Yep.
He shifted the keeper towards the near post, and that's obviously what's caused the ball to hit the post.
Anders doesn't care that much about the patch, right?
Yeah, clearly.
I still find it crazy. We say this every year, Gravison, as well. Is like there's the same group of players that always seem to qualify for the big major tournaments. No matter the game, no matter how the game feels, no matter what the meta is, they just adjust year after year.
Yeah, and that's impressive. Like there's always a group of 6, 8, 10 players that qualify back-to-back to every single tournament. That's why there's just, I think, a gap between a top player and being the best player in the world.
Veron. Oh, that took a horrible deflection. We got a goal in the other game. Which way has it gone? We saw that ManuBachoore was 1-0 up. It's a long ball over the top, one that Manu won't want to see again. Sean, what's happened here?
Cafu? Stranded. Cafu scoring.
How long of a pass was that? Just a lump forwards. Sean's back in the game. That's 1-1. That's got 57 minutes on the clock. Basically in the same scenario as this game. Sauer, offside.
Just offside.
Just wanted to get your thoughts as well, gents, on potential super subs, because as we know, you're looking at about 400 to 500k minimum on your bench. We know that Sean's got the cheapest bench of them all.
Yep.
I think ManuBachoore might have one of the most expensive benches. There is still a couple of options maybe as a super sub. I wouldn't really say attacking options, but more of maybe a fullback or maybe a centre midfielder.
I don't think it makes that much of a difference with these requirements, because I don't think it matters that you're subbing just Gerrard or Scholes, let's just say. I think with the goal players, Rafael Leao, Rashford, that's when it makes the difference. But I don't think it makes a huge difference here with the icons.
Oh, it's a great pass. Garincha!
2-1.
Cantona timed that one right through the player's legs. And if you can do something to frustrate Anders, then you're on the right tracks in terms of him maybe making a mistake. I mean, that timing of the pass.
I told you, Laurent Blanc is a fraud.
You were waiting for that. You were waiting for that.
You've been itching for that one, 100%.
He's been outstanding other than that, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's not put a foot wrong.
You could say I'm an opportunist.
What we've realised tonight is that Gravison doesn't like centre-backs.
Yeah, pretty much.
Big goal for AbuMakkah. As we said, his player has upgraded of Kulabai. He will be an 88 in the next couple of days. Simakan still waiting for his first upgrade.
Please, man. My stocks.
I'd love to see if his price does flicker at all tonight. Sauer. Dispossessed by Ashley Cole. That's a bit of a late tackle. Referee pulls it back. We will play on. Cafu. Finds Sauer, edge of the box. Jarzinho, ball roll.
So unfortunate. It's becoming a more end-to-end game now as well.
Yeah.
Not where it wasn't a little bit cagey in the first half, but I think Anders had a little bit more domination. But now, obviously, with that goal, it's crucial for AbuMakkah. As you know, it's opening up. His confidence is booming, and he's starting to get the ball forward a lot more.
Yeah, and I think this gameplay suits AbuMakkah a little bit, because I think Anders should have to calm down a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm not saying don't attack, I'm just saying keep the ball a little bit more. But we all know Anders.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to score goals.
Garincha. Only needs one goal. We could pull this back now. Luis Figo. Where's the one more pass? Garincha with it. Payet with another massive save.
Second half, Czech has really stepped up, made some amazing and crucial saves.
And I wouldn't say he's been on everyone's
No.
sort of top priority list of goalkeeper.
I mean, we've seen Schmeichel in 3 teams.
Yeah. I think we've seen Czech once, and then we've seen, I can't remember who else, but Schmeichel's been like the main one in a lot of teams.
Well, both AbuMakkah and Anders do have Czech in goal, but everyone else is on the Schmeichel train by the looks of it.
Which train are you?
I wish Schmeichel, but maybe I'll change that.
I'm the same as you. So, Tien?
I had Schmeichel in my draft, but Czech used to play for Arsenal, so I'm going propaganda.
Controversial. Edwin van der Sar, been using him at home the last couple of days. He's been terrible for me. Normally such a big fan of Edwin van der Sar, probably one of the best in the game. However,
not again.
Day. Oh, off the woodwork, and it goes in. This is ManuBachoore, 2-1 up. This Trivela from Veron is causing problems.
Playstyle Plus, it's so dangerous. And the fact that you can use it to not only shoot, but also disguise that you're going to shoot is so dangerous. It's so dangerous. And, you know, Manu's really made the use of that based off that first game against Anders.
I agree with you 100% because we've seen many times Manu just showing that Veron Trivela and he's just disguising it.
Yeah, and it's just so dangerous because you think he's going to shoot, you try and position the keeper, and then you switch off for a second. You know at this level you'll get punished. So.
Still, this one is also very much alive. AbuMakkah, Petr check.
Again, check.
Not sure how he saved that one, but got something on it. Garincha. AbuMakkah knocking on the door of Vejrgang. Still no answer. But that won't make him stop.
No.
Does get a fortunate bounce back. It's getting a bit panicky in the box. We saw a really mature end to the game from Anders, where he sort of just got to a stage against Manu and went, look, I'm happy to take a draw. In a winning position now. I know it's 15 in-game minutes in 9 minute halves, which will take a long time to tick down. Certainly, where he can, he'll look to just take a few minutes off the clock. Cafu, aggressive.
It's Blanc again.
He's so good, Laurent Blanc, isn't he, Tian?
Yeah, I don't know. Grav's got an agenda against Blanc, but...
Have you seen that tackle from Fredrian? I mean, he's far better. You're biased. You're an Arsenal fan.
No, but, you know, it doesn't matter. I like what I like. Do you know what I mean? I like quality, and I'm seeing quality from Blanc.
Ribéry, Garincha!
Check again. Wow.
It's a check!
Wow. That might be the best save I've seen today.
Anders is off his feet, by the way, off camera. You could just see here. I hope he's saying, Petr Cech, you are a great goalie. But I don't think he is.
I don't think he is.
It doesn't look like he is, to be honest.
Does any of you speak Danish?
Unfortunately not.
I've got to see that on the replay again. How on earth has Petr Cech saved that shot?
That save is out of this world.
Got to say though, guys, last 10 in-game minutes, AbuMakkah has been all over Anders. Let's see it again. How has he saved it?
It's so well worked, and
he moved it.
Ever so slightly.
He moved it again.
Jesus. He's better than me, because that's not the reaction I have. If I move the keeper and Cech makes that save, yeah, I'm running around my house. That's just me. That's the honest truth.
You should be celebrating that.
Yeah, that's as good as a goal.
You should be standing up doing that again.
That is as good as a goal in my eyes, to be honest. That is a world-class save.
But AbuMakkah, Grav, he's been so much more in this game last 10 in-game minutes also.
And I think the AbuMakkah we saw in the first half is not the same we're seeing in the second half.
100%.
I think we can all agree on that. And I think...
Well, we heard someone else getting off their seat and maybe wasn't so happy, but it was for the right reason. Sean leading 2-2. And here's ManuBachoore. Not so happy as he looked to concede. Frustration clearly building for the current world champion over there. Into a tactical pause we are. We can just see to the left-hand side of our screen. There could be a goal!
Oh,
Petr Cech,
no.
stop it!
Again!
He's off his feet again!
Again!
Petr Cech is saving you!
Someone needs to check Cech's price.
How is Petr Cech doing this, by the way?
This is out of this world.
AbuMakkah is looking so dangerous on every single attack.
Whoa.
He's moved him there, though. He's moved him there.
Do you guys think Anders is used to play 4-4-2 and now he's playing 4-3-2-1 and he's not been able to just build up against the pressure of AbuMakkah? I think that's what's happening now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very different formation. When you play 4-4-2, you're just used to having like an all-around balance.
Yep.
Whereas like a 4-3-2-1 is a bit more, it's more attacking, but it also does leave you quite exposed as well. And I feel like that's what we're seeing. I think whenever I play it, and I only play champs, but whenever I do play it, it's pretty much my back line against all of them coming forward. So it's really, really difficult to deal with. But he's finding a way right now, and Cech is
Imagine if you're a Simlican owner watching this, going, oh my God, Petr Cech, you're a legend.
I am.
That goalkeeper movement, though, is ridiculous. A few times we've seen it. Both games have still got a bit of time left. We might be able to catch the ending to Sean against ManuBachoore if we can also. I mean, both games kicking off right now. We're in a little bit of a sticky one to work out where we actually want to go. We'll stay with this one for the meantime. Corner to come in from AbuMakkah. Is there a way through? Hadji comes on. Garincha to the back post. Check is there. Flying.
Jesus.
2-2. ManuBachoore against Shaw. A full-time result is waiting to come in from that one. Unless there's more drama.
Oh my God.
This could be a chance to counter-attack to seal the deal. Jarzinho off the ball by Ferdinand. Full-time result, we can confirm. Sean against ManuBachoore. That is still yet to find a win for the current world champion. 2 points from 9. ManuBachoore. Forget about him for now. It's all about AbuMakkah. Who's getting possession again.
Not again.
Last 4.5 minutes here. It's a great chance for an equaliser. Cantona. Back to goal. Finds Cafu. Nice little stop turn inside.
So nicely worked. Oh.
One more pass. There it is. There's Cantona. There's another great save from Czech. Anders Vejrgang. He's just complete in so many ways at the back there. He's putting on a masterclass with these small intricacies of goalkeeper movement.
My question is, how's Abu so calm? I would have lost my head.
I'm telling you.
My head would be off my shoulders, seeing what I'm seeing right now.
How many more times? I mean, look, just game management now for Anders. He's just survived about 4, 5, 6 waves of AbuMakkah pressure.
Is this it?
If Petr is not man of the match at the end of this, I'm asking questions. Any time of 2 minutes. Can he survive this last wave of press? It looks like Simikun's getting his first upgrades. I'm sure TM will be very happy with that one.
He's dancing.
As many others will be at home. He's got to be careful here, though. 28 in-game seconds left to see this one out. It's his first win in the FCPro Open. Simikun gets an upgrade. And Anders Vejrgang still not happy to come out of that one as a winner at 2-1 up. There's got to be a breakdown, guys, on that Petr performance.
I mean, that's nothing. That might be the best performance from a goalkeeper that I've seen in FC this year. It's just world class. Brilliant saves, brilliant keeper movement, everything timed to perfection. Lest we forget the first half as well, where literally he's a one-on-one with Cantona and he saved it. So, yeah, nothing short of brilliant.
Grav, have you seen a better display of goalkeeper movement?
You gotta nerf it again and again and again.
You're right. The thing is, there was a patch and they did nerf it, but he's already found a way to still work with it.
It wasn't enough. You gotta do it again. Oh man.
So impressive as well. It was only nerfed last Wednesday. Not even a week on from that. Days on from that, he's already grasped his way around this new update on EAFC. So impressive. Anders Vejrgang finding his first win. Simikun does get an upgrade. And it's a big 3 points on the board for him there. Happy? Your player's upgraded now?
Yeah, I am. You know, hopefully, you know, I can continue to get upgraded, obviously, seeing what Anders can do. So, yeah, man. Simikun.
Bigger story, ManuBachoore, 3 games in, 2 points on the board, yet to win a game, has lost a game. It's looking a little bit maybe worrying there. He's only got 1 game left today.
It's worrying for him because he just has to win his last match. He ends up with 4 points, which is not good, but if you end with 1 or 2 points, that's not enough, pretty much. But I want to ask Richard and Frankie, what do they think about the goalkeeper movement?
Well, I've got someone else that we should ask about the goalkeeper movement. That's AbuMakkah. He's joined by Casey now.
I'm here on stage with AbuMakkah, and that was by far the most exciting game of the day. But you did come off for a loss there. Viewers might say you could have won that match. How are you feeling after that game?
أنا هلا شاهدت من أروع المباريات بهذه المنافسة اليوم. يعني كان متوقعين الناس إنك تفوز يعني مع إنك خسرت بآخر شيء. شو كان ممكن تعمل يعني؟
والله الحمد لله لعبت سويت اللي علي، ولكن يمكن يعني المباراة كانت متكافئة ما أقدر أقول، يعني هو ضيع صراحة في البداية، وفي الأخير أنا يعني آخر تقريبا نص ساعة أنا كنت أفضل. لكن يعني التعادل كان عادل، لكن يستاهل الجيم.
It was a good game. It was equal, like in power. He missed some at the beginning, and I was very good, playing very good in the last half. I mean, it was balanced and it was fair.
Okay, well, your next match is up against Antonini. Will you continue with the relentless attacking that you had against Anders?
المباراة الثانية حتكون مع أنتوني، حتكون بنفس الهجوم الشديد اللي ساويته مع أنتوني مع أنتوني الآن.
هي كل مباراة لها ظروفها، يعني ما أدري إيش ستايل مثلا أنتوني، يعني بخلاف اللي هو أندريس لعبه هجومي، فعشان كذا المباراة كانت مليانة فرص، لكن نشوف إيش اللي يصير في مباراة أنتوني. أنا بشيء أفوز إن شاء الله سواء هجوم ولا دفاع.
It depends on the style. With Andres, he was always attack, so I had to do the same style. But it depends on how I'm going to play with Anthony. I'm just going to aim to win. I want to win. That's it.
Well, we have 2 more rounds to go, and I wish you the best of luck because you've been very, very entertaining to watch today.
هلا عندنا مباراتين كمان لتمر. كثير متحمسين نشوف لأنه لعبك كثير ممتع.
شكرا يعطيك العافية.
Thank you very much.
All right, back to you, Frankie.
Shukran, thank you so much, guys, for that one. And Abu definitely doesn't seem to be too downcast after that defeat against Anders, because in that second half, he did show what he's made of. He did show that he can adapt, and he did show that he picked the right goalkeeper, Richard Buckley.
I mean, it was a ridiculous display from Petr Cech. I think that is up there with one of the best goalkeeping performances I've ever seen in 6 years of covering this. It was just right stick movement to perfection, and Cech doing the business for you. It was in AbuMakkah's team, but it was Vejrgang's Cech who was the star of the show.
Yeah, and why was Anders the upper Cech? Was it literally, it was just that right stick movement?
I think the manual movement of him. It was in the right place at the right time with Petr Cech. The rest of the team, I'd have liked to have seen a little bit more from Cantona, being completely honest, for AbuMakkah. He is almost the star of the show. He's one of the players that is different to other people. Eusebio, as yourself, you drafted. Eusebio was sort of the expensive buy. I've got Cantona. I packed him.
All right.
He's very good.
Show off.
He's very good. But he just didn't really do it for AbuMakkah in that game.
But the combination of our newest icon, Ribery, and Cantona, that's been quite impactful for some of the players tonight so far.
Yeah, it really has. I think for me, what these drafts have shown, in certain areas have got big improvements. Right back, left back. Previously, we had, Hakimi and Mendy. Now with the Icons teams, you're getting Cafu in. He's so much better than Hakimi or a Kyle Walker or a João Cancelo. At centre-backs, you're looking at that centre-back next to Virgil van Dijk, say Campbell was Virgil van Dijk. Rio Ferdinand is a massive improvement on an Eder Militao or a Araujo. But in that attacking area of the pitch, you can't really replace what Mbappe gives you. You can't really replace what a Ginola or a Hansen. So you're having to do the best with what you've got. And if you could ask the players, do you want to redraft? Do you want to swap Cantona out, bring Eusebio in? I think they might.
And for a player like AbuMakkah, who we're now seeing that versatility from, having someone like Cafu, who can literally get in the face and play aggressive when he needs to, that's surely going to be an important pick for him going into the next matches of the night.
Yeah, I love the fullbacks. I think both fullbacks here for AbuMakkah, Zambrotta on the left, Cafu on the right, Hepesi, they've got good attacking stats, they can pass, they can dribble. I'm a big fan of the fullbacks in every team, really, other than Zanetti. Zanetti, not a fullback.
Well, plenty more to see from this draft tonight, but let's take a look at Sean's as well, because this is one of the most unique drafts of the night. 4 items we haven't seen any other players here draft, including Best, which was definitely a surprise for all of us in the broadcast team, because we all thought that Best was going to be a certainty.
4 players, you said. Those 4 players are Puskas up at left striker, George Best in at cam, who you mentioned, Petit at CDM. It's an interesting one.
You've got to say cash somewhere, mate.
And then David Beckham over at right mid. He can play him as a centre mid. His bench isn't the greatest either. Down the right-hand side of your screen, Miroslav Klose, Clive, a couple of the new icons from the new promo as well in Larson and Veron. Me personally, if I was to give my opinion, is why I'm stood here next to the draft board, I think this is the worst draft out of the 5.
Do you think, though, it can be improved by bringing on... Well, you just actually answered that question for me. That was the stupidest question I probably asked on the show so far. And as we all know, I know nothing. The fact that he can't really do much with this bench. He is stuck with this. It kind of seems to me a bit like he's been fanboying with the icons. You actually mentioned to me when we were watching the games, you were like, he's kind of playing like in Foot Champs with his Bobby C.
Every time Charlton gets the ball, he just looks for a power shot. Every time. And look, I know he's really good at doing power shots, but I don't know, personally, I'm not a big fan of this team. I also don't really like the Desai shout at centre-back.
What are you saying?
Blanc.
In my draft?
Yeah, it explains a lot. I think Blanc has been better for the majority in at centre-back. So me personally, I'd be going Blanc over Desai.
Who is the most used keeper we've seen of the night so far?
This man, between the sticks here, Peter Schmeichel.
Michael. Oh, interesting flag by his name. Where's he from?
That will be Denmark.
Oh yeah, I don't know why I didn't recognise that flag. I had to ask that clarification there. What's your favourite pastry, by the way? We're going to go run down Tesco's.
Wow, so many to choose from. I would say Danish pastry.
Danish pastry, nice and flaky. What about dogs?
Wow.
Make it great.
A big dog. Maybe a Great Dane.
Oh, wouldn't want to pick up after that dog 3 times a day. I hope you were listening, by the way, to that bit of the show, because there might seem a bit of random banter, top quality bants about a Scandinavian country. But maybe it's got a bigger purpose and can take you to some in-game rewards if you know where to look in the objectives menu. So, you know, you go and look for that, because we're going to take a quick break and we're going to have round 4 of matches when we return.
PlayStation. The FCPro Open Global Qualifier is brought to you by Herman Miller Gaming, the official chair supplier of in and a few surprises as always. Seanldw entertained us early in a 9-goal thriller. Antonini, meanwhile, stole the win over a world champion in the very last minute. And Anders squeaked past AbuMakkah in round number 3. Interesting there, though, seeing Anders' reaction, Casey, because despite the fact that he did take the victory 2-1 over Abu, he was not happy with that performance.
You know, I'm going to make kind of a crazy comparison here, but as a City fan, I'm comparing him to Pep Guardiola for his strive for absolute perfection. If someone is shooting on him, he's upset about it because they've gotten into his box. Every little thing that, I mean, quote unquote, may have gone wrong, he won the game at the end of the day. But if you looked at his face, he wasn't happy about it.
And yet, that performance, let's check, in goal was an absolute masterclass.
Absolute masterclass. I mean, his goalkeeper is man of the match, but also we cannot discredit his defending because he did very, very well at that as well.
And that's one of the things, actually. I feel like we've not discussed it too much until that last game. Anders' defending tonight is actually next level, I think, because he's always making opportunities and chances for himself. Sometimes we miss the fact that he has got that box locked down.
Absolutely. I mean, sometimes we focus so much on his skilling and his forward attack, but his press is very, very impressive. He always knows where he's going to be when he needs to bring in that second man. And I learn a lot from his gameplay, and it's obvious in this type of match that you can have non-stop attacking on him, but it's not going to phase him.
Well, let's take a look at the table and see how things are looking so far, because it doesn't seem like anyone is dominating. Sean got the first win of the night. However, it's going to be hard for him to keep up that consistency, especially now Anders is hot on his heels.
And he plays Anders next. So that is about to be an intense matchup. Honestly, if you told me that this was going to be the group stage halfway through, I wouldn't have believed it. But Sean has been very, very impressive. But anyone can take these top 2 spots at this moment of time.
It's really interesting as well seeing Manu at the bottom. He's got a draw but no wins so far. And from what we've seen from the players who were invited into the group stage, if they have started slow, they've struggled to come back. You could even see it with Banano, right? He was not an invited player, but he was certainly one of the top seeds going into last week's competition. And he just couldn't break through his own mentality in the end. He almost felt like the odds were just too much against him as he went into game 5, and he just didn't look like he even turned up.
Yeah, I mean, in our interview, he chatted to a great extent about how he isn't feeling great on this game. And from one game to another, there are massive changes. So you could be a world champion one year, and the next year, it could be a completely different story. And again, we have a lot more matches to play, but it hasn't been that impressive so far.
Well, the good thing for Manu is he does get to sit this next round out, so he can regroup, gather his thoughts, and then come back and try and get a win in round number 5. But before then, of course, comes round number 4. So let's head over to the commentary booth.
Thank you very much, Frankie and Casey. Great previewing this upcoming round 4 fixture. Myself, Richard Buckley, in the comms booth. Brandon's let me step in, and pleased to be joined alongside Mr. TN25. You're getting a nice spell on the commentary tonight.
Yeah, I mean, back to back, man. I'm not complaining. I like this.
You get to watch that man on your screen, Anders Vejrgang. You can see the FCPro Live items associated with these two and their records up to this point. This is Sean's last game. He's played 3, soon to be 4, maxed out for the day. 3 games played, 1 game won, 1 game won, 1 lost, 1 drawn. Is it fair to say that no one's really played that well yet?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you look at it, to be fair. You could say no one's really played that well, but you could also say that it's been difficult. It's been difficult.
Minimum 3 points behind the previous 2 leaders of their group at this stage. PHZin, 7 points going into round 4 last week. Emre Yilmaz, 7 points going into round 4 in week number 1. 4 is the max that we are dealing with today. 2 points from top to bottom separate this group. It's all to play for as we do get underway with a Peter Schmeichel save for Sean.
These keepers have really stepped up their game. It must be said. Something's happened. Oh my God.
Wide of the post, and that will take us into the first pause of this game. 2 minutes in. Anders kicking from right to left in this matchup. I'm having a little mosey around the studio before we got started this 4th round, and I just went up to the Anders booth behind him, and Anders is sat there doing his settings, getting ready, and the coach, Daniel, he sat behind him, laptop open. He's got a PowerPoint presentation He's got all the games down the left-hand side of the screen with the time that the match is going to be taking place, 3 tips on how that person plays, and the formation that they're going to be using, the tactics that they might be deploying as well. So I think he had something like Bobby Charlton, left centre mid, look for the power shot.
Jesus.
If you were coaching me, I'd just say play better.
I have 4 things for you. I'd say shoot. I'd say pass. I'd say unlucky.
Yeah.
And I'd say calm down. That's all I got for you.
My favourite, whenever I'm playing with someone, whether it's co-op, whether it's clubs, whatever, chin up. Chin up, mate, come on. Next one goes in. I love that.
I couldn't say that. I couldn't do that because I'd be thinking, is there more behind that?
Let's chin up. Come on, mate.
Nah.
Next one goes in. Next one goes in.
No, not for me. I couldn't.
Well, you can see we are just in a little bit of a pause here. There is another match taking place that is back underway. AbuMakkah in action up against AntoniniGabriel. They've just kicked off, and you can see that game live here in focus. 8 minutes in, when Anders does get back underway, we'll head back on over there. But for right now, we'll keep the gameplay rolling. And this is going to be Antonini off the back of a break, as Anders and Sean is back with our featured match of this round. Top of the table clash. Sean LDW. His live pro item, didn't get round to it. Deli Ali. On the other side of it, Simikan. You can see at the bottom right corner for Vejrgang. David Beckham back there doing a defensive bit of work as Sauer presses all the way high up the pitch. I know you spoke about it before, but I'm stepping into the commentary booth now, so I'm going to give it a new lease of life. The formation, the tactic changes from Anders. Hernandez was in his draft. He doesn't even get a place in the starting 11. It's Essien who comes in. It's a 4-3-2-1. It's new tactics. It's a new way of playing. And I'm really intrigued to ask Anders 2 questions. A, is this a one-off because the draft restrictions limit you from playing your 4-4-2 as you would like? And B, is the 4-3-2-1 going to stick? Is this what we're moving with going forward?
Yeah, I mean, with the 4-4-2, you know, like I mentioned earlier, you get a lot of balance. You know, you have it's pretty much very symmetrical. You've got the centre mids, you've got the left mid, the right mid, you've got the 2 forwards, and then obviously the back 4. Whereas with the 4-3-2-1, it's more attacking.
The press.
Yeah, very aggressive, and you want to sort of get the ball forward as fast as you can. I do feel like the 4-3-2-1 could suit Anders because obviously he's very relentless going forward and does enjoy scoring goals, but you know, the 4-4-2 is his bread and butter, really.
I mean, let's be honest, he shouldn't have won that last game against AbuMakkah. It should have been a draw at least. It would have also made my prediction correct at 2-2.
Listen, that's in my I don't know, years of watching, I've never seen a goalkeeper performance like that, so I think you can't really argue with it. The keeper movement was on point, and you know, Czech delivered.
We do have a goal in the second match that we are watching between AntoniniGabriel and AbuMakkah. Veron, lovely Travella outside the boot, putting AbuMakkah 1-0 up. And for any Kudibali Ornis at home, you'll be fist pumping the air.
Veron's definitely an unsung hero.
Oh, he's been unreal.
He's been unreal. Just being able to provide that, you know, that Travella and just his passing as well. He's just been very, very solid for his price. Be interesting to see where he's at now.
John Barnes out wide into Jarzinho. Good step in there from Sol Campbell. Interesting pick in these teams. He's featuring a couple. Wasn't in mine personally. It's pretty expensive, I'll be honest, the promo item of Sol Campbell. Mentioned it just before this game. Sean LDW, 4 icons that no one else is using. Puskas, Best, Beckham, and Petit. Jarzinho picking up the possession. Charlton, green timed at the near post. And Anders finds himself 1-0 up.
And you can just see from that goal, he holds the ball just for a split second with Bobby Charlton to enable that goalkeeper movement. And that's pretty much where he punishes him at the near post. You see, he shuffles across with Schmeichel, and it's a world-class finish. Just to delay it.
And green. Green timed as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in the box, it's got to be a green time, doesn't it? I've never seen someone score and then
be so angry.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be jumping for joy, but then I'm not.
You're also not scoring.
Yeah. Pretty much.
He's won the ball straight off kickoff as well. Anders looks like a man on a mission right now. Inside the box again, looked for the Travella. You have noticed that the byline drives have become less, I think. And that's probably twofold. The update with the nerf to the R1 dribbling, but also the players that you're using in those situations might not be the best dribblers to get to the byline as well.
When you're working with, obviously, John Barnes and then, obviously, Bobby Charlton, it's very different to having, you know, the likes of Vinny.
There is Johnny Barnes.
Hey, I spoke too soon by the looks of things.
John Barnes, incredible player. I taught him everything I know. There's a story to that. I'll show you at half-time.
I'm looking forward to hearing it.
Just the extra pass out wide.
It's so crucial, that extra pass. Taking his time, John Barnes putting the ball in the back of the net.
I think you just saw there from Sean, sort of like shake of the head. Is there anything I can really do there? He's hit the extra pass. He's played it overloaded. I've got no defender there. In that situation, I could move the keeper. If I move him to the far post, he just shoots at the near. It's a tough situation to be in. It certainly is.
It's a very difficult situation, and because the game is going so quickly, you're thinking all these things at, you know, such a high speed, and before you know it, it's too late.
Vejrgang smells blood in the water right now. You just see the way that he's stepping higher up the pitch. There's mistakes coming in from Sean. This game could very quickly get out of hand. Anders' pressing has been relentless, but it's also been perfect. That's a loss of possession. Can he punish him? Sean with Puskas, first time flick. It's a nice idea, but the execution.
It's unfortunate there.
Cafu just giving the ball away, stepped in field. Nice switch of possession over onto this right-hand side now. The offensive Cafu for Sean takes over. But Laurent
Blanc again.
Did do the SBC?
I did. On my main and my RTG.
Big fan?
Yes. Doesn't put a foot wrong, surprisingly.
He's
I feel
also
like
massive.
Yeah.
He looks huge on the pitch.
I don't know why, but he's got such a presence about him.
You see another French centre back there, Marcel Desailly, stepping in. I think Laurent Blanc in these situations is the closest thing to Van Dijk.
You reckon?
In my opinion, with the icons that you've been given.
Yeah, I think so. Either him or... Initially, when I did my draft, I thought maybe Ferdinand. But obviously, Ferdinand is like 700k in comparison
I think Blanc's
to...
a little bit bigger as well, a little bit wider. He's got a big frame. It reminds me of like a big wooden door. Laurent Blanc. You know, like when you go into a castle and you shut the big doors?
Yeah.
I don't know why. It reminds me of that. Whereas real Ferdinand's more of like a sliding back door. He's smooth.
Okay, I like that analogy, to be fair. Very weird, but, you know, we'll go with it. Cafu. You know what, as the tournament's going on, I'm starting to see why people like Cafu. You know, maybe that 1 million was well spent.
So much coins, though.
Yeah, it is, but I mean, look at him, he's able to bomb up and down the pitch, you know, very good going forward, very good defensively as well. And
as well, if you're using, say, if you've already got in Charlton and you've already got in Jarzinho and the players that you want in the team, it's like, well, do I get, let's say, Zambrotta and Ashley Cole as my fullbacks? Is the coins there that's available going to improve another position in the team? I think that's the big question, because Zambrotta at left back and Cafu at right back is a huge improvement on Cole at left back and Zambrotta at right back. Sorry, Ashley Cole, but Cafu is just better. He just offers more. Yeah,
I think he does. In the way a lot of these pros players, they utilise their right back and left back a lot of the time. Like a lot of the time,
one of them flies forward.
Yeah, one's going forward. It's most likely to be Cafu in this case, but he's forward. He's got decent ball control, and that's what you kind of want to look for. Do you know what I mean? Especially when you want to retain the ball.
Petit doesn't have that in his locker, and there could be a little bit of space in behind here as Sauer moves forward. Getting to the byline, cuts it back to Jarzinho. Travella into the bottom right corner. Fist pumps all round from team Anders Vejrgang as he finds himself 3-0 up in a very comfortable position.
And one thing I'm loving right now is, look, he just takes that extra touch with Jarzinho. allows him to just reset himself, make Sol Campbell lunge in.
Sol Campbell dancing.
Yeah, literally, he's dancing and takes his chance.
The confidence is certainly flowing, it's safe to say.
Yeah.
For Anders Vejrgang right now.
Sure, and you can see it in his play. You know, he's being very attacking. The press is high. Obviously, you can see he's very animated, smiling, celebrating. So things are looking good for him right now.
The other game that was underway, it's just gone into half-time. AbuMakkah, we saw the opening goal, and he's still the difference maker in that matchup, leading 1-0 against AntoniniGabriel from Italy. Just a bit of commotion, but I don't think it was too much. Someone's headset just fallen off on the stage. Bobby Charlton's been a real difference maker in a lot of these teams. He was coming in at sort of that 2 to 2.5 mil range. And I think for the price, there's not a better player that you could have got in the team.
Yeah, I mean, when I did my draft, I contemplated, you know, I had Eusebio in there, but when you think about obviously what Sir Bobby Charlton offers, the 5-star weak foot, the power shot plus, you know, finishing is solid as well.
He can play numerous positions.
Literally can play centre forward, can play up front. There's people playing him now. Just a very well-rounded player, and you can see as he's delivering today for a lot of people.
Just offside there, Eric Cantona, and that'll do us for the first half of play here. It's been dominant from Anders Vejrgang, and that's not a description of Anders that we've thrown around a lot today. I don't think any player's really been as dominant in this fashion. Sean against Antonini was a 6-3 victory in the first round. That's the biggest goal spread that we've had so far, but right now we're seeing, I think, what we expected from this group. I think everyone at home, the reason Simikan was so invested, as you did yourself, was because we expected Anders to sort of pull away to the top of this group.
Yeah.
With this victory, it puts him on 7 points, and he starts to make a little bit of a gap as well from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, he had a very mature approach in the first game, and it was a very tight game, obviously ending 2-2, but you could see, you know, he really took his time, was like, okay, cool, I'm going to take this point, and then kind of go from there, and really started to build his way up.
It was a great performance from John Barnes. He scored the goal, and I don't know if you can get this at home, but this is me and my good friend John Barnes right there. Taught him everything I know. There you have it, me and John on the biggest stage. Shout out John Barnes. I had to get it in. I've never, in 6 years of commentating this game, I've never seen John Barnes used. I've been waiting a long time to get that in a broadcast. So, John, if you're watching, that's for you, mate.
Big up, John.
Anders the only player to use him as well in his team. Maybe that's going to catch on if we have another iconic week in future. The other match is currently back underway between Antonini and AbuMakkah right now. 1 goal, the decisive scoreline at this point, as I am pleased to welcome in our reporter, our expert, commentator. Hello. She's done it all tonight. Casey joins us in the commentary booth for the second half of these round 4 fixtures as we're back underway in this second half of our featured match between Sean and Anders. Anders finally turning it on, Casey.
Finally turning it on. I mean, every single one of these matches that he's played in have been so exciting. The last match against AbuMakkah, crazy to watch from the sideline. Seeing their reactions up close was so fun. But yeah, he's coming into this one calm, cool, collected.
Because he could have a chance here, Sean, from... He's lacked a bit of creativity,
yeah,
safe to say?
I think I would say that, you know, it's just not really clicking for him in the final third. That could be, again, maybe due to Anders' defending, which has been pretty solid, but just really hasn't been able to, you know, create that chance, that trivela, or, you know, that finesse, or that even just being able to work the way into the box has been very difficult for him right now.
Well, this is Georgie Best getting down the byline, looking for the cutback, and once again,
Laurent Blanc, ever present.
The Oak.
The Oak. The Castle Doors.
Beckham on the trivela. Wasn't time green. The angle wasn't really there for him, Casey.
It wasn't. And it's funny, though, because Sean is currently top of the group. And if you were watching this match right now, you wouldn't think it.
He's not going to be top for long. Sorry, Sean. Anders 3-0 up. He has had a little flurry of possession in this second half so far, but 7 minutes into it, that's a lovely switch of play, I've got to say. It releases Cafu, it opens up the space, and Sean does some good defensive work this time around with Zambrotta.
And that's not the first time we've seen that switch from Zambrotta into Cafu. It's just such a deadly switch, and it just opens up so many different angles.
Here is John Barnes on the ball. See if this attack comes to anything. We've got a second goal between AbuMakkah and Antonini. We'll show you it as this attack does take shape. Nothing really from it, so let's head on over and see the ball in the back of the net.
Ooh.
Has that got a deflection on the way through?
No. Just well worked from Cafu, and again, million coins might not be so bad for him.
John Barnes on the shots. Barnesy again into
Oh.
Jarzinho. Anders Vejrgang makes it 4.
Clinical.
I'm still bewildered by the Cafu Travella. It looked like he got a deflection on the way through. Let's have a look at this goal from Anders. It just keeps the pressure up. He recycles into Jarzinho. This time around, a goalkeeper in an Anders game not showing.
Yeah, I mean,
Up.
just relentless in the press after losing the ball. He gets it back on the edge of Train's box, and again, the extra pass punishes him. Jarzinho been fantastic in this game.
Is that a hat trick, I think, for Jarzinho?
I think it might be, yeah.
The thing about Anders that I love the most is that he waits for the perfect chance. He might need that extra pass in there, but he always... There it is.
Big fan of the the goal music. Can from Sean. It's a goal. Is it the start of something special? We'll have to wait and see. There's still time on the clock with 9-minute halves in action. It's pretty simple to be honest. George Best just
running down the line.
Just hold R2 and just run at him.
Green timed finish as well.
Let's see how this game starts to develop. Is there something in the water here in London? Group C action, week 3. Anders Vejrgang, a fan favourite, and what we would argue a favourite to potentially go on and lift this trophy. He's got to get through the groups, and with a win here, he goes top of the groups. Jarzinho taken down, but Zambrotta timed it nicely in the end there, did Short. Short corner play, John Barnes into Sol Campbell. Surely he's not going to be striking it. Laurent Blanc again. We're just passing around the centre-backs, but he does win a free kick. Let's have a direct shot. Come on, Anders. Hit it.
It's a layoff. Oh my God. Oh no.
Oh, what a save from Schmeichel. Did not expect that.
I did not expect that either. I thought he was just going to lay it off.
Let's hit the power shot with Charlton. After the flick up, John Barnes. Edge of the box. Jarzinho, he's the man he wants.
Yeah.
Reverse elastic, yo. Oh.
When he gets on the edge of the box, he's just so dangerous. You know, Jarzinho is just the 5-star skills, and that's why you want players like that. Do you know what I mean? Being able to do that and just deliver, it's dangerous.
You know, sometimes when I watch Anders play, I think he's got to be playing a different game than me because he makes it look so easy. And I can never imagine myself doing something like that in foot champs, but he makes it look simple.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't. I'm 11 wins and out, so, and this is a much higher level as well, so.
Well, someone who has certainly got in his locker is AbuMakkah. As Cantona played it into Figo, he made it 3-0, and AbuMakkah won his first game keeping a clean sheet, 2-0 against Sean, and he's now 3-0 up in his third game. The only 2 goals he's conceded are to this man on your screen, Anders Vejrgang, and he should have got a draw, being completely honest, out of that matchup. I think we're starting to see the top 2 start to take shape here in the form of Anders Vejrgang and AbuMakkah.
Yeah, both been very, very composed, you know, very good going forward. Obviously, fantastic Czech performance, and that's the only reason, obviously, Anders did manage to get that win. So, you know, it's very, very interesting right now, and things are shaping up.
AbuMakkah plays Manu in the last round of the day,
which could be a really good match. Honestly, when I watch AbuMakkah, I'm so impressed because his game against Anders, he easily could have lost his head, but he's one of the calmest competitors out there. I mean, I would be raging at my monitor if I was not scoring a couple of those goals that he was attempting, but I think that's what happens at this point. He's also the oldest in this group too, so he's bringing that veteran status into it.
I think he's also probably I know there's a lot of comparisons, the country of where they play from, the team, to MS Desari, but I think he's probably looked at him and gone, I honestly, I've watched a lot of Desari play, I can't ever really remember him even raising his voice in a celebration or in a fit of rage or an anger. He is such a composed player, as we see John Barnes getting forward again here for AbuMakkah into Cantona. Simple finish in the end for the Team Falcons man. But just going back to my point previously, I think if you've got a role model, shall we say, to look up to, you take the best what they've given. And you can sort of see the direct comparisons between Dossary and AbuMakkah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even comparisons at this point as well. He might be stepping into those shoes. He might be...
Big shoes to fill.
Yeah, quote unquote, becoming the king of the Middle East. Is he taking that spot? I don't know if he's there yet, but do you think he could be in that spot?
Absolutely. I mean, he's cruising at the minute. He's going into a final game against ManuBachoore, who's not played well today. That's safe to say. He would be the favourite going into that game. AbuMakkah, that is. And look, if he walks out of today with 3 wins and 1 loss, and the 1 loss is against Anders Vejrgang, you absolutely take that. These are live shots, and the clean sheet has been dirtied. Antonini getting a goal back, but it is only a consolation to him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's worked it really well. Obviously, Figo cut it back into Ribery, and again, like we mentioned, Ribery having that beautiful ability to dribble puts it away. But you know, with only like I think it's 4 in-game minutes left, it's going to be very difficult to bring it back.
He's just seen no reaction. Is that you on Champs, Casey?
Oh, I react a lot. I react too much, to be honest. I am not calm, cool, collected like a lot of these guys.
Do you know what I find? When I play Champs, I ask more questions than I get answers for. So it's like, why is this happening? Why is that happening? What's going on? What am I doing wrong? Like,
we don't get answers.
Yeah, and you don't get answers for it. Like,
I'll channel my inner Boras. Skill issue.
I mean, you're right.
Probably.
AbuMakkah getting back that 4-goal advantage. Goes up the other end. We're back underway between Sean and Vejrgang as well. 2 real decisive victories in this round, I've got to say. Anders 5-1 up against Sean. And AbuMakkah here getting his 5th. Lovely first touch from Figo into Garincha. And he's all smiles. Is the Team Falcons man. Here at the FCPro Open. Let us know in the chat right now, who do you think is going to win this group? Is it going to be Anders Vejrgang, or is it going to be AbuMakkah? They're the 2 contenders coming into this last round. Hustling for the top of the table position as Franck Ribery sticks it in the back of the net, but again, it's an added consolation.
It's going to be pretty much, I don't want to say impossible, but very difficult to pull it back. But he does well there, you know, just takes his time, sour into Ribery and just waits for the keeper movement and times it in.
I'll be honest, sometimes when I score a quote-unquote consolation goal, I almost get mad. I'm like, I didn't even need it.
I could have done this 25 minutes earlier.
Exactly.
A lot of people saying Anders AbuMakkah is the best. MJ OTB.
Great team. Nice game.
A lot of people liking AbuMakkah in the chat. It's got to be said. I'm having a look there right now as AbuMakkah does pick up another victory in this group. Puts him on to 6 points from a potential 9. As we just see the closing stages here. 10 minutes left to play. Did get a goal back, Sean. 5-2. So this is more doable because we've got a lot more time on the clock. However, Anders would have to capitulate like something we've never seen before. Okay, so if he was to throw this game away.
Yeah, I would be completely shocked if he were to somehow get a draw or even a loss here. But, I mean, Sean, he's top of the group, so it's not out of the question, but it's very, very unlikely at this stage.
Yeah, I think it will prove to be very difficult. As you see Anders just, you know, taking his time now, trying to run the clock down, switching the play, you know, between Cafu and Zambrotta, and it's very hard for Sean to get anywhere near him right now. That being said, he is working the ball forward with Zambrotta, but will he take it back or will he take it forward? That's the question.
That's a bit of a mistake, but SCM bails him out. A goal here makes it interesting. I think that's safe to say. However, it's got to come before probably the 80. Yeah, it's not realistic, is it? Let's be honest.
It's very difficult, you know. It's just spreading the play, taking his time. All the spaces on the wings right now, and trying to get, you know, from the wing to the other side is just, it's very difficult.
And this win would put Anders on 7 points. Sorry, that would mean another upgrade for Simikan at home, with a potential for 10 if he was to win his last game, which would be a +2, an alternate position, and a play style unlock.
You want to know a funny thing about this group, though?
Tell me.
I have every single card. Live
Do
card.
you?
I do.
Fair
because
enough.
at the end of the day, I didn't know who was going to win. Right, I'm going to win either way. There's no way I'm going to lose.
Let me think. Let me have a look. I'm going to think everyone's going to do well.
Yes.
Everyone's going to do
It's the only group that I did that as well. Other groups I chose 1 or 2, but this one I'm like, I'm going all in.
Week 1, Danielle Mallon. Week 2.
Didn't you have like 8? You had like 8 of them. That's what I heard.
I had 48. Week 2, I had a couple of Williams.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that one. And today, I've got no one.
Really?
I've got no one. Simikan, when I looked to invest, was already super highly invested. So I skipped the Simikan bandwagon. I looked around the other players. I was contemplating could he buy it because I thought AbuMakkah would have a good tournament. And he has 6 points, 2 upgrades so far. But yeah, I left it. I'm looking towards next week. I think there's got good potential next week. However, next week, we'll talk about it at the end of the show. That group, namely Group D, because it is the group of death, as Sean looks to get a 3rd goal here. Big fan of the music.
Yeah, you guys can't see it, but we're dancing here behind the desk.
He's worked it really well.
Play look fake as well with best.
Yeah. And then obviously Puskás just delivers there.
He's got so many good attacking players, Sean. You see Puskás, you see Best, Cantona. Like, maybe broke his draft down earlier. Has he invested too much in that attack?
Maybe, but I mean, when you look at it from the first game, obviously Puskás was delivering. I think he scored a fantastic Trivela as well. Yeah. So it's one of those ones you can't really weigh it up. Do you know what I mean? It's very difficult.
Puskás for 1.5 mil though is a hefty price tag.
It is a big price.
You see Anders there, giving the congratulations and the GGs to his opponent, Sean. Top of the table right now, the young Dane, Anders Vejrgang. Round 4 has been wrapped up. It was 2 comprehensive victories in the end for the 2 competitors who are jostling for position at the top of the group. Just have a little listen to these reactions from Anders. You heard the com new. TN, thoughts after round 4?
Very interesting, I would say. You know, very high scoring games. I think one team or both scoring 5. So I think it's very different. Obviously, the first game you come in, you're a little bit nervous, but obviously as you go on, the nerves go away. You're trying to think about, you know, how am I going to get these points? How am I going to stay afloat? And yeah, as you can see, 5-3, Anders very clinical, 7 shots on goal, and was just looking very efficient, I would say.
He bossed the ball as well. I think a lot of that possession came in the second half when he was knocking the ball around for fun. Casey, Anders Vejrgang, you spoke to him earlier on today. Do you think he's potentially shook a little bit of that rust off? He looks like he's getting into his stride now.
I think so. I mean, he arguably went against one of the hardest competitors, Manu, game 1, or so we thought, right? That ended up a little bit different. But he was going into that one knowing that he's lost one before, so he maybe went in a bit nervous, but now he's cruising.
Round 5 is going to be very tasty. ManuBachoore up against AbuMakkah. We'll be doing predictions, so I'm not going to ask now over by the board. But one thing I will ask you, do you think if a couple of these players could go back and redraft, would they redraft maybe a different team knowing what they know right now?
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, I think Veron is going to get drafted quite a lot because for his price, obviously he's only around 100k and he looks very solid. And maybe not Eusebio, because I haven't really seen Eusebio as much.
Been a ghost.
Yeah, considering what he was in quite a lot of teams. I haven't really seen him as much. I haven't really seen him score a lot of goals. So yeah, I think there'd be a lot of reconsiderations.
Not one single player has picked. Not one player item has been in every single draft. There's been, I think the most is 4. Which happens to be Zambrotta. He's in 80% of the teams, but I think you look back, Veron would probably be that man. It's been a blast on the commentary position. Myself, Casey and Tien. Back over to Frankie to break down the rest of the game.
Thank you so much. Well, we'll do a quick breakdown of what happened against Anders, because this is a player who's definitely found his footing here at the FCPro Open, but he's done this before, and you, Sean, have not. So how are you finding this evening?
Anders?
I mean, the whole night, because you did open with a win.
Yeah, the first game was good. Against Antonini, I was a bit lucky.
Not lucky. You won 6-3?
Yeah, 6-3 in the end, but he had very good chances. Then second game was against AbuMakkah. There was unlucky, I think. I had to win. Then Bachoore draw was okay, and this loss against Anders was also okay, because offensively, I think one of the best players in the world.
Well, we are talking about Abu and Anders now being the players to watch in Group C based on tonight's performances. How much stronger would you say Anders is? Because from what you're saying to me about that match against Abu, you're definitely going Team Vejrgang right now.
Yeah, offensively for sure, but for in the defense, AbuMakkah is better.
Okay, and why is that?
He plays 4-2-3-1, and he's very like a possession player. And Anders is just rushing, and offensively is unstoppable.
It'll be interesting to see how Anders performs in our last match of the night, but I want to talk to you about your draft.
Yes.
Hopefully we can bring it up on screen and you can actually have a look over there. You can talk me through what was going on, because some of the experts in the room have been saying that you spent quite a lot of your budget on the attack. Talk me through it.
Yeah, I chose Pushkas because I play him left striker, and I need a left-footed player there. And also Bobby Chan played left centre mid because he had the power shot plus. And also dribbling, pace, shooting and passing above 90. And then I had to get some cheaper players in the team like PT or Beckham, because it was nearly impossible to get a good player in every position.
It looks like you've kind of drafted with your heart as well as your head in this one, Sean, because no one else was drafting Beckham. And there was a reason for that.
Yeah, Beckham's not the best player.
But do you love him?
In the practice games he was very good, but now he did not so well, I think, because he's defensively not the best.
It's interesting though, because you're a German, and yet you've gone England fanboy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I'm just interested, you're also telling me that you're not a fan of Ribery?
Now, if I had to choose him, he would play left striker, and for me, I like to have a player who has a bit physicality. He has nothing, so no.
Well, we're seeing other players really getting on well with him. Let's take a look at the table if we can. You, as you said, you had a good start to the night, and you did get that Ali card item upgraded. So there'll be a few fans who are owning that one. Yeah, he's definitely plus. I think he's +2 because you've got those 3 points. I believe he's going to go to 88 now, and that was already, for me personally, looking at the items that we were potentially upgrading tonight, the strongest item. So you definitely made a lot of Tottenham fans very, very happy. So considering the fact that we're going to see you playing in this group again in the new year, how do you feel about your chances second time round?
I think my chances are good because against Antonini I won, and I think if I play like this again, I can win again. Bachoore was a draw. Maybe with a bit luck, I can also win. AbuMakkah, I think I said I was a bit unlucky. Maybe I can also win. And for me, Anders can win every game. He can go top of the table.
But the thing is also, 2 of you will go through to the finals here in London. And also, if you score top 4, then you automatically get an invite, I should say, to the Swiss next year.
Yeah, this would be, not to get last is also very important for me.
Yeah.
But I think I will give my best to do it.
Absolutely. Well, I did mention that Ali, your item, will be getting a bit of a buff in the week thanks to your performance tonight. So let's head over to the breakdown board, because I believe we've got Gravidon talking about what else has been happening tonight.
We are indeed. Gravison are here, not on the commentary desk. We're here on the breakdown board. Gravison, we're going to be looking at the FCPro Live campaign, which I know so many of you at home are invested in. But we're not going to speak about this week just yet. We're going to roll it back 2 weeks to look at some of the big movers so far in this promo. If you don't know this situation, every single finalist in the FCPro Open has been given their own item in the game, which will be upgraded based on their performances. And it's the first time we've ever seen this happen, Grav.
Yeah, we've seen massive improvements, especially in Malen and Renan Lodi, because they did 10 points, both of them. I've actually used both of them at home. They're amazing, especially Malen. He's not that pricey, he's like 30k. And then Renan Lodi, he could potentially go up as well. And Mane. You remember how he went up to 1 million and now he's, I think, 500k. So, I mean, investments are a thing as well.
They are. The great thing, I think, this year about the FCPro Open, there's people that will now watch these broadcasts from all sorts of the Ultimate Team landscape. If you don't know what the situation is, if you win one game, you get 3 points, you get a +1 rating if your player is already an 86 or above. If you win 2 games, you get 6 points. You will get another play style and you will get a position sort of modifier so the player can play in a different area. And as we have seen, 10 points, a perfect night, unbeaten. That's 1 win and that's 3 wins and 1 draw. You can get yourself a +2 and the extra bits and bobs there as well. This was last week. Van der Boomen, who was an SBC player, he was the star of the show last week, went from an 86 to an 88, and alongside that there were some other upgrades there as well. All the players you can see all picked up at least 3 points last week in the FCPro Open. Willian got one of the most expensive players still on the market, just under 1 million coins, I believe.
Just under 1 million coins. If you can afford him, go for him, but I don't think many of them will be able to afford them. But then Van der Boomen, thanks to PH, now Gullit Gang, all of the stats plus 80. Tobin, also a really good player, and Locatelli from Facu. I think he can still make that top 2.
He's moving slowly, isn't he, that Locatelli? Well, let's speak about tonight's movers, because I think if you are new to FCPro and you're thinking, who do you invest your money in? A lot of people naturally said Anders Vejrgang, because look, this guy's got a sort of a list of just winning. This is what's happened to his item tonight. As it's not an 86, it does get a +2, so he's got 7 points as it stands, and he still could get 3 more points tonight. So this could be an 87 rated item by the end of tonight, and it's already got a position modifier and it's already got a play style on it too. So this centre-back could be quite, I mean, it already is usable, but could be even more so.
It's already usable, but we can see him being one of the best centre-backs for his price, because he's 34k at the moment in the market. And if you invested in him, for example, Tien bought him when he was, I think, 18k. So that's a huge investment. And I think he can still go up in price and also in rating.
Well, there was someone else that's had a bit of a move tonight as well. He's got 6 points on the board. It's AbuMakkah of Team Falcons in Saudi Arabia. Koulibaly, he has got a player that's in the Saudi League of Al Hilal. We know Koulibaly has always got some pace, Gravison. He goes from an 87 to an 88 tonight, but as we said, he will get those the extra bonuses on there too.
Yeah, he will get the extra bonus, as you said. And AbuMakkah could potentially make 9 points, which is decent. And he could solidify himself as probably one of the players who could progress into the next stage. So that will be another upgrade, but that will be in January, so we shouldn't advance. But yeah, Koulibaly could potentially be the best centre-back in that league. Do you agree?
I mean, right now, definitely, in terms of stats and ratings as well. Remember, there is still one more round to be played. Let us know in the chat home what FCPro Live item you've got. There's still a few more movements to happen, Frankie. One more game to come.
There are, and the stakes are so high, in particular for Abu and Manu. Can Abu show Anders that he is one to definitely watch? And can Manu pick up his first win of the night? That's happening in a couple of minutes. Do not go anywhere.
PlayStation。
Welcome back to the FCPro Open live from London. We're about to head into round 5 of Group C and the tension in the studio is palpable. So let's head over to the commentary box. Brandon and Gravison, take it away.
Thank you, Frankie. Game 5 here in Group C, and I think the biggest storyline here is there's 2. ManuBachoore without a win at the moment, 2 points on the board from a possible 9. For me, he has to win this one, Grav, just to stay in the conversation. On the other side of it, Anders Vejrgang, he wins this game. It's 10 points. It's a great night of FCPro Open sort of tournament for him. He will also take Simakan to the moon. He will be on his way to the moon. He will be an 87 rated at the end of play tonight. There's still some great stories to unfold here. Seanldw, we just heard from him with Frankie. That's him done and dusted for this side of the year in terms of his FCPro group stage campaign. He'll be back in January to try and defend it. But 2 very different stories we got here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, probably the biggest match we're going to see today is that ManuBachoore against AbuMakkah, because if Manu wins, he's able to just finish the day with 5 points, which is not good, but still, that 3rd position could be decent. The thing is, if he loses to AbuMakkah, AbuMakkah finishes the day with 9 points, and that's just too much for him. So I don't think Manu is in a position in which he just has to win, pretty much.
He has to win, and look, he's the guy that's been a world champion before, Gravison. He won on a penalty shootout of the World Championships earlier this summer. He has had some really nail-biting matchups in his career so far as a professional player. They did match up twice last year, AbuMakkah and ManuBachoore, and it was actually on the road to his World Championship where he did knock out the Saudi Arabian, beating him 10 goals to 2 in what was a ridiculous game between the 2 players that happened in the summer of this year. This could be a great chance to get some revenge, and as you rightly said, Gravison, it could be a 7-point swing between the 2 if AbuMakkah was to win this one. AbuMakkah kicking from left to right in that Team Falcon strip, looking to take the early lead. ManuBachoore from right to left. What's just gone wrong for him today? Because he's only lost 1 game, he's just drawn 2, and one of them was against Anders.
I just think he's been inconsistent, because I think he has played some great FC, especially in the first half of all the matches. He's playing real good. He's playing consistent. He's playing as all Team Gullit players play, just methodical. But I think in the second half, he's just not there mentally.
Just off topic, when we were in the break, Gravison, I had a little look at the some of the recent popular searches, let's just say, of items on the market. That Veron has been heavily searched tonight by Ultimate Team players all around the world.
Okay.
It goes to show how valuable a lot of the viewers at home have thought he has been. And look, he scored quite a few Trivellas. Scored a couple of them for ManuBachoore as well. Speaking of Veron, he's on both sides of the field here. There's Franck Ribéry with a very heavy touch. Oh, what is going on? It's still Ribéry. Penalty.
Man.
And eventually Rio Ferdinand does get punished for his actions. I'm not too sure what happened there. Eusebio steps up for Manu. And Manu takes a lead by a goal to nil, but defensively, Ferdinand just got caught all over the place there.
I gotta say, AbuMakkah is a patient guy.
Look at this. He goes down to ground. And it's the second foul there. He doesn't get done for the first one, he gets done for that one.
Oh, AbuMakkah is a calm and chill guy. Because in the match against Anders, I mean, I would have lost my mind against Peter Cech. And now, with this penalty, I would have lost my mind as well with Ferdinand. So he's just a chill guy, which you need to be if you want to win competitions. And I think, I don't know if you agree, I think AbuMakkah is championship material. I really think so.
I feel like something's coming in the water for him. In terms of a big final outing, or you're right to say an international trophy. Oof. Speaking of mistakes, here's Figo, cuts it back inside Ribéry. Desailly comes with his left boot.
It's interesting that we have not seen today the 4-2-3-1 and 4-4-2, especially after the patch.
Just a second, Grav. We'll come back in a second to this one. AntoniniGabriel against Anders Vejrgang. There's been a goal in this game, and it's actually gone the opposite way that some would have expected. It is the Italian that leads by a goal to nil. Franck Ribéry, the goal scorer. Keep in mind that if Anders was to win this game, he would be on 10 points from 12. That's a big result there, and again, it could move AntoniniGabriel away from Manu.
And into the second position, tied with AbuMakkah, so that's a huge match for him.
AbuMakkah looking for that equaliser. Ribéry, Cantona linking up perfectly and making sure of a time green finish. He is way back into this one.
Sometimes the player switching is not there. And as we see him, the player switching to the left back. So that's a mistake you cannot afford to make.
Desailly and Laurent Blanc just caught out. And back on the way we go, 18 minutes in. Woo. We have got more news as soon as we can give it to you in the other game. AntoniniGabriel, Anders Vejrgang. Anders was 1-0 down in that one. There has been another goal in that game. We'll find out which way it's gone as soon as we can. Here it is now. It is the Italian that leads Anders 2-0. Eusebio taking matters into his own hands.
I mean, that's why he's the... Another goal?
And as we jump back across, it's ManuBachoore that leads by 2-1 over here.
I don't have time to analyze anything, man. It's just things happening.
Just goal, 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 goal. Here we go. We'll see it again on the replay.
That was Campbell out of position, driven pass into Garrincha, and nice goal. I do think that defending with Sol Campbell was a bit too aggressive, and Manu was able to capitalize on that mistake. That was a really good driven pass, Garrincha goal, and then as well, there's something about Italians and Anders, right? Obrun, now Antonini. Do you think it's because of the game style of Italians? I don't know.
Well, I did see earlier in the practice room, Antonini was actually playing practice games with Obrun. It feels like the Italian community is quite sort of closely knit in terms of they're happy to play practice games against each other and really sort of come together. I mean, Danny Pitbull Unfortunately not involved in this talk, but the prime example of one of those key figures in Italy that just gets the community together. They're always supporting each other, no matter the tournament. You can really see that on display at any major international tournament. Oh, Eusebio, great turn. Manu needs to make the most of this one. Cafu through his legs, still does well to keep it alive. Only for so long. It was a great turn originally, but just was probably a bit too wide in terms of the shot. What a ball that could be.
It's a great ball, yep.
Garincha goes for a cross. And very nearly finds a finish.
Manu's been making some mistakes today, and it doesn't look like him. He's not usually a player that mistakes us, I don't know, an extra pass, a driven pass. Even if he finishes with 10 points.
Zambrotta, player lock. Sokras, little like croquettes, and Eti does well, big strong tackle. We've got a goal in the other game, we'll give it to you when we can. Is AntoniniGabriel 3-0 up? Or is Anders got a goal back? Anders does have a goal back. And it might not be the most fanciest of finishes. You'll be happy to see that. It's Laurent Blanc making a terrible error at the back.
I think that was not Laurent Blanc's fault. That was Antonini's fault. So I'll get him off the hook for once.
Back to this one. AbuMakkah looking for a 2-2. Figo, step over, exit! Oh, he missed!
No way. Maybe the 4 stars weak foot.
Everything was perfect there. The step over exit, the little speed boost. But the finish was nowhere to be seen.
Nowhere. But this doesn't stop.
Garincha, Cantona waiting there on the edge of the box for the pass. So it's Figo this time. He will put it right.
He probably said something about Figo, right? Over there, AbuMakkah to his coach. This skill move. Bah, the cancellation was perfect. Another pass and an easy goal. I gotta say, Manu is losing his ball a bit too early.
We've got another goal for you as well. AntoniniGabriel let Anders back into the game at 2-1. He has just conceded again to this from Jarzinho. Brilliantly first 1-2 touches. Gets it onto his left boot. That's a prime example of what you cannot do against Anders. You're 2-0 up. That goal you concede, it probably just throws you off mentally. Next thing you know, you're 2-2, you're all square. All that hard work you've done, Gravison, means nothing.
Means nothing at all.
Oh, Rio Ferdinand, be careful there.
Even if Manu wins this game and ends up with 5 points, I'm still disappointed in him. I expect so much from him.
For being honest though, look, the game he lost, Gravison, was in the 89th minute against AntoniniGabriel. It was the last kick of the game. Could actually be on in another day on 3 points with 3 draws. Still wouldn't help him too much though.
Potential cross.
Zambrotta, does he fancy it? Eusebio will back post, step overs, clever. Campbell off the line.
I think that would have been that should have been an L1 heel to heel, in my opinion, and an easy goal. That's why I don't think Manu is playing up to his potential. I mean, he's the world champ. I don't want to sound harsh, but I just suspect so much more from him.
Garincha, Desailly gets a toe on it. Do you think that adds so much more pressure onto him? An expectation level coming into tournaments being a world champion?
Maybe yes. Maybe, yeah. I mean, there's something.
Probably would do. He's won $300,000. World champion. Veron. And Billy trying to link up well. 1 minute of added time left. There's been another goal in Anders against Antonini. I do not believe my eyes. 2-0 up he was. Now he's 3-2 down.
Is that a penalty?
This was it. Oh. No, it wasn't. The referee played on. A little elastico from Anders to just find himself out of that spot, which I think we all thought was going to be a penalty.
I thought that was a penalty.
Anders leads 3-2 in that game. He was 2-0 down. What a night he's been having.
And when you expect Anders to just, I don't know, miss some chances, he just scores and scores and scores. My God.
Well, let's join it now.
Ooh.
This is live. AntoniniGabriel needs to be careful here because he's going to be thinking, oh God, how have I thrown this away? I don't want to now be 4-2 down. Big win, Essien. Sauer.
Not
intercepted again. You just give him more chances to Anders. And a chance to breathe as the ball is cleared away. The ultimate comeback has been completed, not in 90 in-game minutes, in 45 in-game minutes. And it all came from that mistake.
Yeah, that was a simple mistake by Laurent Blanc. A goal, and a goal in 10 minutes, 3 of them. And I do think the requirements fit so well Anders' gameplay, because back in the days, like in 2021, 2022, I remember he was playing online cups with Frank Ribery, which was like 87 rated, as a striker with Gabriel Jesus, and he won those online tournaments. And I think for Anders, it doesn't matter who he's playing with. It doesn't matter if it's Mbappe, if it's Sawa, if it's whoever. He just scores goals and stepovers.
Lots of stepovers. He is renowned for those stepovers that cause nightmares for many players. Back on the way in this one. We'll stay with it for a split second. Remember, Anders Vejrgang wins this. He'll be on 10 points tonight. Oh. Joining the record total of a handful of players. Jorginho will make it 4-2. It's a perfect start to the second half. This is what you do in these areas. Some players get to these areas and think, I'm not going to score from there. The angle's too tight.
It's crazy how simple he made it look. It was just a driven through ball, long through ball, easily timed, and then with Jorginho, we just shot it. Green time.
Back over we go. ManuBachoore. Petr comes to save the day. Two over in this one. Remember, at the moment, there's Veron. Wasn't time green, it goes over the bar. As it stands, ManuBachoore is bottom of the table in this group. He's only lost 1 game up to this point. A draw would only put him on 3. That'll be 3 draws and 1 defeat for the current world champion. It's just not enough, really, for a first outing in the group when you look at the rest of the table.
I do think he's going to be able to at least score 1 more goal. I don't think this is ending 2-2.
There's Cafu, big win. The 1 million coin right back that only a handful of players have backed. AbuMakkah slides past him. Cantona, what can he do? Figo still finds a way through. Waiting for so long. This is our last round of action here tonight from the FCPro Open. We are back next week for the last outing in Group D. Garincha!
That's the difference between Manu and Anders.
Where's the green?
Green. Manu, no. Not his day, definitely.
Just lacking that time finish, wasn't it?
Yep.
Good tracking there from Zambrotta. Ashley Cole. AbuMakkah looking for a 3-2. Cantona back to goal. AbuMakkah will make it 3-2 here. He's looking to end the night on 9 points. And after we've seen this one, let's go over to Anders Vejrgang against AntoniniGabriel, because there's for the Italian? Or is Anders on his way to not just top the group tonight, but to upgrade Simakan to an 87 rated? Here is that goal, we'll see it now. It's 5-2 Anders, it's Bobby Charlton, the star of the show. Lovely turn. Laurent Blanc, unfortunately.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
And he seems very happy for what Anders. ManuBachoore, back over here, pokes it in! This game's still got so much more time! And so much more to unfold in terms of the scoring. 3-3 are all square again!
Yeah, the kickoff was an easy goal. Manu just passing the ball inside the box, Garrincha with an easy finish. But I think Manu still has to step it up a little bit, because I think AbuMakkah is playing much better FC at the moment. I definitely think. And Anders from 0-2 to 5-2, just in the blink of an eye. Do you think he has what it takes to win his first 1v1 international trophy?
I mean, a patch came out last Wednesday and he's adapted to that one fine. He's adapted to these squad building requirements fine, hasn't he? Let's see what it is next year in January when he comes back for another round of group play. But at the moment, Grav, he does look dangerous. Cantona! Will then allow AbuMakkah to go 4-3 in front. I score, you score at the moment. And it's Laurent Blanc that's just caught in no man's land again.
That's just bad defending from Manu. I think back-to-back in the goal before this one and this one as well. I think he switched it too late to Blanc both times. And I think that's sometimes I call it lazy switching, when you just switch it just a couple of milliseconds later that you should, and you just concede a couple of goals. But AbuMakkah, 9 points. And I mean, I do personally think he played better than Anders in that game. There's still time to go, 20 minutes. We could potentially see some formation changes or tactical changes, but I don't think Manu is coming back from this, if I'm being honest.
Cantona, this could be big. A 2-goal cushion would be huge. And there has been another goal in Anders against AntoniniGabriel. Anders solidifying himself top of the tree, you could argue. As we head into the Christmas time and the end of this year, he will be on 10 points, remained unbeaten in a difficult Group C. Veron. That would have been the ultimate. You can do that, I can do even better. Pause coming in from ManuBachoore. Be interesting to see what time we will actually get to use this pause.
Maybe soon.
Zambrotta down the byline, but there's no one really there waiting for him. That is Anders winning 6-2, by the way, as an update. We won't go to that one. This game's got a lot more on it. A 2-goal cushion would be huge!
Oh, what a save. What a save. And Manu is not happy at all. I would love to hear comms right now with the conversation between Renzo and Manu. Even his earphone is off at the moment, because right now Manu has 2 points, AbuMakkah has 9, and Anders has 10. If he loses this match, it's fair to say he's out of the competition.
So right now, are you thinking, just go for it? Go for it.
You gotta go for it.
With a chance of conceding even more goals, but just a chance to go for it to get those 5 points.
I mean, the thing is, like, if the top 2 players in the group had, let's just say, 6, 7 points, 8 points, well, you could argue, but it's just 10 and 9. That's, in my opinion, too much when you're just in a position where you have 2 points.
This really could make it near enough impossible for the world champion. Doesn't need the pass across goal. The worst possible way to come back from a pause. ManuBachoore. It's going to be 2 points. 2 losses, 2 draws, 0 wins. By his own standards, it isn't good enough. We knew it was always going to be a tough group, and AbuMakkah's sort of been that silent player. Quite literally silent. He doesn't really celebrate too much.
He doesn't say a word at all.
But he's going to be second in this group. He's going to be on 9 points. Anders in pole position on 10. And if you've got Lozano's, unfortunately, he's not going to get an upgrade.
What's happening to Manu has happened to me so many times. You're just not confident in your gameplay. Because he could have done an...
Eusebio, goal! What's the time on the clock in that one? 81 minutes.
Still time.
I mean, a draw would do something, surely.
Yeah.
It would stop AbuMakkah going from 6 points to 9. It would put him on 7. He would be 4 points away. There would be a bit of a gap then for Anders at the top of the table. But it would at least just add a question mark onto things of what could be possible in the new year.
Yeah.
9 minutes left. ManuBachoore needs another goal. I'll probably expect AbuMakkah to try and find another one.
This is good. This could be it.
Space. Gullit. AbuMakkah all on his own. Just about keeps it in Desai.
Another chance.
Big tackle, which way the referee play that one. Gives it back again to ManuBachoore. Throw it to him. Update Anders winning 7-2. We know that's already done and dusted. Anders not stopping there. Remember, he was 2-0 down in that game. ManuBachoore quite literally trying to keep his tournament alive.
Oh.
In these last 6 minutes. Ribery, desperate for a goal. Desperate for a way back. 5-all. A goal that could be so important in terms of keeping this group alive for him.
Oh. I don't think he pressed the tackle, AbuMakkah. And that's the reason why he conceded the goal. I mean, that's harsh for AbuMakkah. I don't think he deserved to concede that goal, but it is what it is sometimes. Now, if you're in this position, I'll probably keep the ball if I was AbuMakkah. Like, I'm happy with the way the tournament has been played by myself, like 6-7 points out of 12. Second position. I think that's good enough. Obviously with the chance of conceding a goal in the last minute of the game.
7 and points from 12 is
just... I think it's good enough.
Very good.
Yeah.
Manu goes to win this. It flips the group up, doesn't it?
Completely. Completely.
10 points, Anders. 6 for AbuMakkah. 5 for ManuBachoore. As it keeps on shaking up in this group. We thought it was done and dusted. We thought ManuBachoore's tournament hopes could have actually been potentially done and dusted before we've even kicked a ball in the new year. Remember, we will be back to play the reverse fixtures, you could argue, in late January, as this competition looks to conclude in early February next year. 4 minutes. ManuBachoore. Can he snatch a winner, maybe? This would be an incredible end. Or can AbuMakkah
nice ball.
Make things a lot worse? Cafu. Back to Cantona. Lovely little cancel inside! And that one might be just does enough to weave around SIE. It's been a stressful game for both players involved. 11 goals between the two of them.
I mean, the level of stress in this game. Can you imagine being part of one of those teams? I mean, both of them are chill guys, but that game can kill anyone. I do think it was well defended. I know I've been criticizing Manu's defending, but I think this one was well defended enough. But AbuMakkah was patient enough to just secure a goal with Haji. And now, what is it, 2 minutes left to play? 3 minutes?
It's just about, yeah, just under 2 minutes in game left, plus additional time to come in. Manu's been going through all of the emotions tonight. He's thinking, right, I'm back in this for 3 points. I'm back in the tournament coming into next year. At one point, we think he's going to go and get a match winner. Now he's back bottom of the table.
It happens, you know? It happens sometimes. There's just, we saw Matthias last week. Like, there's just some days that you're not on your 100% level. So this is it. This is competition. When you're playing against the best players in the world, you gotta step up. If not, things like this can happen.
Haji, the hero of Romania, the only Romanian icon in the game. Will be AbuMakkah's hero tonight, putting him on a very respectable 9 points. 3 minutes of added time, that's pretty generous. Is there enough time to make this 6-6 for ManuBachoore? No, there will not be. Ball goes long. Can he win it back? Big win there. John Barnes to get this next attack going. Ribery's offside. Just. Another minute goes.
And this should be it. AbuMakkah is going to be patient. He's not in a rush. Maybe pass it to the keeper, you think?
Every second now. Take it as you can. And that should do us. It will be a night to forget about for the world champion ManuBachoore. 0 wins on the boards, 2 draws, 2 defeats, and just 2 points from 12. One of the invited players into this year's tournament will be rock bottom, unfortunately. And Rijkaard to make it a little bit worse, or not. Does he want to go for one more goal? That will do us. Full-time result. AbuMakkah, 9 points from 12. He will take second spot behind Anders Vejrgang in this group. Remember, it's not done yet. Next year, we will be back to do it all again here in Group C. 9 points. Very, very respectable if you look at all the games they had to go through tonight, Gravison.
Yeah, I mean, we see the celebrations. Probably MS Dosari is happy at home with this performance. 9 points out of 12. And I gotta say, I think he deserved more in the match against Anders. He could have easily grabbed a point or 3 there. I think he was playing at his best today. And do you remember last year during the playoffs, he was really peaking. I think we saw the best AbuMakkah we've seen so far in his career today.
Well, difficult day in the office to ManuBachoore, current world champion. We know the pressure that's on his shoulders. Conceded like an 89th minute loss against a very difficult AntoniniGabriel. Loses 6-5 in this game and then 2 draws against the rest of the group. 2 points, Grav, is just going to be, as you said, pretty much impossible in terms of a comeback story to happen in the new year. We'll get the group solidified as we round out the end of play today. 6-5 in the end. AbuMakkah, big result. As we said, everyone else has finished their matches here in the FCPro Open. That's it from the commentary desk for today. We're going to throw over to Casey, who is joined by the player that is top of this group, Anders Vejrgang. He must be over the moon.
All right, yes, we are here with Anders and his coach, Daniel. I mean, Anders, amazing performance today. A few stressful times, but overall, how are you feeling being top of the group?
I mean, I said before the day that I need 12 points, but that's like the mentality you need to have at this level, and I want to win every game. But like, I mean, I think against Bachoore I played in 85 minutes, like last attack, because I knew that on paper now he didn't show it today, but he can do it next time. But on paper we should be like the best to win the group, and like then a draw would not be bad. But I'm very happy that like it's quite funny that people are saying I have no mentality, but I go for it. I play the first match draw and then I win my next 3.
I mean, the doubters are being silenced currently. You are top of the group. You have amazing mentality. Curious though, you previously have been playing 4-4-2. Today we saw a little bit something different. Is it because of the restrictions, or are we going to see more of this 4-3-2-1?
You might win and see for next time.
Was it a restrictions thing though for today?
Yeah, to wait and see for next time.
All right, he doesn't really, he keeps his cards close to his chest. But Daniel, obviously you have to be so proud. What are your thoughts on his performance today?
Yeah, I'm really happy. We said before this day 10 or 12 points would be fine. Some of our friends invested in Vejrgang, so we had to get minimum 10 points. Full key, best greets. Yeah, I'm really, really happy, and yeah, also like with a new formation, first tournament, and yeah, he did really well.
All right, well, that is it from Anders and Coach Daniel. Amazing competition today. Back to you, Frankie.
Thank you very much, Casey. I wonder if Tien is one of those friends, because he is definitely invested in Vejrgang and he's a very happy boy. But just to confirm those final results, AbuMakkah 6, ManuBachoore 5, Vejrgang 9, AntoniniGabriel 3. But not a bad night overall for our debut players, Sean, who finished playing after round 4, and Antonini themselves. While they are towards the bottom of the table, they still had a better performance tonight than the world champion, who's certainly going to be thinking about how he comes back with the bang he needs when we return after the Christmas break and Group C plays out its second leg. But you know what, let's not talk about who's at the bottom of the table, and let's talk about who was styling at the top over at the breakdown board. Boys?
Who else could it be? Anders Vejrgang. Today he is our Sony PS5 Player of the Day. It was, other than the first game, perfect throughout. We can have a look at his best moments from today. Tien, what did you like so much about Anders?
You know what, he was just very like calculated in what he was doing, still kept the same relentless energy, and he was just really sharp and getting the ball forward, being very methodical with what he was doing, and seemed like he always had a plan with what he wanted to do.
Jarzinho was a massive part of that. Talk to me about him, because I think he was the only person who selected Jarzinho. He's a lot of coins, but he was incredible. I said off camera, he was the Mbappe replacement for today, for Anders.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, as soon as Jarzinho got in the box, it was, you know, either a reverse elastico or a McGeady cancel into a green time finish, and he was nothing short of fantastic. And like you mentioned, looked like his Mbappe replacement. As you can see there again, reverse elastico.
Got the look when he needed to.
Yeah, literally, Jarzinho was the man. And 2 million coins as opposed to, you know, someone like Garincha, who was 1.2 million, but 800k difference. Made it for him today.
Well, Anders Vejrgang, Sony PS5 Player of the Day. I hope you sold your Simicans, because he's down 3k on where he was earlier today. The
No
investment,
way.
you got to sell in the hype. If you go in the dip, Frankie, you lose out coins.
Are you okay, Tien?
I need a moment.
It's okay, don't worry. The show finishes soon, so if you can just defer the moment,
It's all right.
and we'll give you a cuddle after the show. Richard
I think I
Buckley,
need it.
he's very good at them. So, guys, what did we learn from today? Because it's a really interesting group. Compared to the other two, actually, everyone seemed to have a crack, but not everyone managed to make it to the top.
Yeah, I think what we learned was Anders Vejrgang is still a joke at this game. Unbelievable, 10 points on the board. Look, he sent Vejrgang maybe not to the moon anymore, maybe to the bargain bin. But then for Manu, maybe the expectation was just maybe too big.
Do you think that actually he brought in that disappointment in himself and the E-Device to this stage in London?
Potentially. I think so. Like maybe there was just a negative feeling coming into this one. But then he drew with Anders first game. I'm thinking, OK, right, he's in this. And then just in moments, just wasn't there tonight.
Casey, you did talk to Manu at the start of the show. Did you sense any nerves? Because, of course, like any professional player, he talked a good game.
Yeah, I mean, he chatted about not having a lot of opportunities to practice, and so I think he was in his head going into it, and it was kind of obvious watching the entire competition, and so he didn't go in super strong, and that's what we saw today.
What about our newcomers, Richard Buckley?
I think that they've been okay. I think Antonini will be really disappointed in the manner he lost that last game. against Anders. I mean, it wasn't even close. He got battered, being completely honest. The group's still open. The gap isn't too big. I mean, completely honest, the gap should be bigger because AbuMakkah should have got a draw against Anders. Should be 2 players on 10 points. And I think the group is still open. ManuBachoore has the quality to get up there. Sean, he showed it early. He sort of fell off towards the end of the day. Antonini, I don't know if he's got enough.
Well, he has got a bit of time over Christmas to get back to the drawing board and to train and try and find that edge that he needs when he comes back for the second leg. Just quickly before we go to Group D, though, you were actually saying, Tian, your favourite player of the night was Abu.
Yeah, I mean, he was just so calm about everything, the way he played the game throughout, barring obviously the loss to Anders, but even that's moments of magic from Petr Cech. But yeah, he's just very calm, very consistent throughout his performances, and just very methodical in his play, very clinical as well. I just really enjoyed to watch it.
Well, moving on to Group D then, as you can see on screen, D stands for delicious, Oberon, Tex, Fuma. Then we've got the Wanos and Levi. This is going to be so intense, Gravison.
I mean, you could say delicious. I could call it group of death. Definitely. I mean, Oberon, Tex, Fuma. What can we expect next week? I mean, in my opinion, we're going to see fireworks, and I want to see Fuma performing in here because I think he has what it takes to be a world champ.
It seems like there can't be any upsets because everyone is fairly evenly matched, although Tex had such an incredible performance at the qualifiers.
I think there's a lot of expectation about Tex. He's still unbeaten. He has played last, but he's still unbeaten from the qualifier. It's going to be really tough. You've got four, in my opinion, potential winners of the entire tournament in that group. It's going to be also really tough for Wanos, but why not? Go and upset the apple cart.
And his ex-Twisted Mind teammate, Abu, has done phenomenally tonight. And the two of them, it was a very closely run thing in the qualifiers. So potentially they're going to be having a conversation about how to do well on this stage because the two of them are very close friends still. But there have been so many learnings today on the FCPro Open. We learned that Anders is, as we thought, one of the players to watch in this tournament. We learned that this stage can be a harsh limelight, and for world champion ManuBachoore, it was a bit of a struggle tonight. We learned that Richard's favourite pastry is a Danish, and Gravison has a bit of a learning to do himself as he's totally unaware of 4 times Premier League Player of the Year Tony Adams, a man with a statue at the Emirates Stadium and over 500 games and 11 trophies for Arsenal. And, of course, we learned that you do not want to miss a week of the FCPro Open. So be sure to join us next week for Group D. Same time, same place. Bye for now. Right, we're going to go up and down Tesco's.
Yes. This is fun! Let's go!
There you have it.
See this. Bitte, was ist...